Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
As the agent for Peyton Ansley, John Milton, you are indicating to me that you're quite familiar with Peyton Ansley, John Milton, and that's basically you. Is that correct?
I am the agent authorized to represent Peyton Ansley, John Milton, as written in all capital letters.
All right, and you understand for my purposes, though that language doesn't make any sense. So
no, I do not.
I understand. Okay, well, I'm telling you that. And so I am, until you disabuse me of the motion, or the notion, I am inclined to believe that you are both the agent and the person, so. And it's
I'm not a person, I am one of the people, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Not a person, I'm one of the people. Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for joining me. This is going to be an exciting day as we get ready for part 2 of today's Treehouse murder trial. It's been an amazing morning, action-packed. See if we can get this, get everything working here properly.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
We probably should. All right. Wow, we just had lunch. I'm telling you, who needs lunch again? All right, here we go. Let's as we get started here. First, we have to do a couple things. Let me first put some message on the screen. New member, brand new. Susan Sana. I practiced this beforehand. I practiced. Susan Sana Bartlett. There, I don't know why I butchered that, Susan. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for joining us as a member.
Me a video of roaches fighting.
Who won?
I don't know who won.
Oh, she doesn't know. But we also have to celebrate Adam Nusky, Adam Sharp-S Nusky, who was Mansky. Sorry, I gave your old name, Adam. Adam was first in chat. He's been attempting to get this position back for several days, and today he was successful in doing so. So congratulations, Adam. Being first in chat comes with its own penalty, prize, punishment, and that is we sentence you to internet ownership, and we transfer everything IP related onto your capable shoulders, and you then have to maintain and service and provide tech support for everything internet related worldwide. It's a small thing, but it's it's what comes with being first in chat. So congratulations on that. Welcome, Adam. I know you're going to be able to handle this. You've done it before. You'll do great. I checked your rap sheet. All right. How was lunch? It was great. I had pesto chicken on brown rice. It was delicious. It was actually what we had for dinner last night, but it was leftovers, so I threw it in the microwave and had some more, and it was good the second time as well. So that was very yummy. My wife's a great cook. All right. Let's see. Ivan says, I'll never take a seat because I can't have anyone behind me between the door. Ivan, I have unique habits when it comes to going in a restaurant as well, and where I position myself and exits and what I can see. I don't know. I have no reason really to have that. It's just something I do. All right. Welcome, Ivan and friends. Ivan and friends is here today. Hippie tech support. Adam's going to do great. Ivan, he's going to do great. All right. Just as you did, Ivan, when you won the internet, you have a record as well, referring to this. I'm not trying to dox you or anything. Anyway, we're getting set to go back to court. That is coming up. We have about 4 minutes before the lawyers are expected back in court. Let me tell you where we are. If you missed this morning, and by the way, Nurse Forgot, thank you for just gifting 5 memberships. They went to well-deserving people, as you can see here in the list. This morning we had the judgment of acquittal motion and the argument that went along with this, and it ended up about how we expected it to end up, which was the judge denied the request. It was spicy. It got a little bit reckless, and then we also had a little bit of some testing time where they were testing the electronics using Zoom in the courtroom and the big screen TV and everything to get Paula's testimony in, which we expect to happen first thing after they start. is the where the state has rested, or I think they rested in the presence of the jury. Yeah, I think they did. So now Mr. Tucker starts with his defense. He said he has additional witnesses, but we only have one witness today, and that's Paula. I don't know how long this is going to take. It may be a little difficult to hear. We're going to do what we can with the audio, but we're going to try to hear and understand what she said. I realize she's made comments and interviews and been on other YouTube channels where she's talked about what she's going to say today, and we anticipate the crux of her testimony is that she wants justice done, and she feels that Mr. Tucker was not involved at all in this incident at all. That he was not one of the two people in there. He was not the one that did the murder. He was not in the picture at all. So that's what we're looking forward to shortly. Let's see. It's going to be interesting. Anyway, let's take a peek at court and see how that's going. Oh, looks great. Looks great. Let's reset that one. Okay. Let's see. We did a poll the other day on guilt, and I think it was 80% were not guilty or not proven. Am I remembering that right? Kevin, 10 months of support. Glad to be part of this group. Thanks, God, for all you do. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate you for being here. It wouldn't be the same without you. Thank you. We're hoping that the defendant is not late for court today. He was late the previous 4 days. He was actually late today, but the judge was later. I'm not sure if the judge just waited until he showed up, but it was a minute or two late today. The judge has threatened him with a warrant, with a arrest warrant, to hold him in jail, so he'll never be late again. The bailiffs will make sure he makes it on time to court. This would be a big problem for him because it's very hard to coordinate your defense case from a jail cell. So we're hoping he's on time, and that's not an issue there. All right. Let's see. Nurse for God says, if I gift a 13th juror, I gift here. I love both chats. Y'all are amazing. So kind. Nurse for God, thank you. Thanks not just for supporting us, but for supporting Brandy Churchwell on her channel. Brandy's amazing. She's been dealt a rough hand to deal with right now. My heart goes out to her. Hope her health gets back to where she wants it to be, and back so she can do all that she wants to. She's absolutely amazing. We love Brandy here, so thank you for your support here and for your support of Brandy. All right, we have Brandy's. Let me just say, can somebody, when Brandy starts, I think she's going live about now as well, if she hasn't already. When Brandy starts, somebody needs to give her a hard time about her cases and the potential for mistrial, because the case she's following. Why does if you look at all Brandy's cases and what percentage of them that end in a mistrial that she covers? She could literally rent out her services to somebody who wants a mistrial, because if she covers the case, it's like a 50-50 chance that this is going to a mistrial. Crazy stuff happening in her case as well, with jurors that are, not following the rules. So great stuff over there. All right. Hugs and prayers for Brandy. Thank you, Debbie. I appreciate that. Let's see. Let's see. Anything else we have here? Nurse for God says, why haven't they picked up Mr. Frog yet? This is Thurston County. You're talking about Mr. Frog. Mr. Frog is a bit of a thorn in the side for the county up there. He's ever present in the system, so to speak, the justice system. He's got a lot of things pending at different states. He left court at lunchtime during his trial, right when it became his time for defense to put on a case, and did not return. We have not seen him since. As far as I know, he has not been picked up. We occasionally check the inmate roster up there in Thurston County, and we haven't seen him be picked up yet. But there is a bench warrant out for his arrest. I'm just not sure if there's any interest in really pursuing that. I imagine if something happens and they interact with him, they have to interact with him. I imagine he'll be brought in. But nobody wants to be there. Nobody wants to be like, oh yeah, I'll go ahead and enforce that one. I know where he's at. There's just letting him be for now. Colleen says, who is Paula? Paula is the
send someone with more experience.
When we talk about the Treehouse, okay, the Treehouse in this case. Let me see if I can pull it up here. The Treehouse that we're talking about is this one right here, right? This is one of the views of the Treehouse. There's another view that's out there from a different angle, but this is the Treehouse where all this crime went down in this Treehouse murder case. Paula was living in the treehouse. She's the one that allegedly was possibly selling drugs out of the treehouse and had the drugs and the money with her that night that this went down. And she was in that process. She was robbed. A knife she was threatened with a knife, and it actually cut on her neck a little bit. I don't believe it was like a life-threatening type injury, but there was a cut on her neck or shoulder, collarbone area that she sustained, as well as a physical assault. And she survived. There was her landlord downstairs came up to see what the ruckus was and ended up losing his life, was stabbed multiple times and died. So this case is involving all of that. Rory was one of the people who participated in this. He's in prison, I believe, for life, already convicted in this case. Travis, who was another person who was involved in this case, supposedly the getaway driver, took a plea deal.
I was kicked back, taking it easy. Got
time served, which was about 5 years, and is out on parole right now. Testified already against Mr. Tucker, who's the defendant. So Paula is the one of the two victims in this case. Roger was a victim. Roger was up there. They were either drinking beer or smoking something, I don't know, and just chilling up there that night. And Roger and Paula were both attacked. So Paula is the victim in the case who was living in the treehouse, and she's going to testify in this case. Why is there, Karen says, why is there a little emoji on the grass in the thumbnail? We had a witness, who was it? Was the medical examiner? No, I think it was the DNA guy, who he kept saying doo-doo. He's like, what we do, he said like doo-doo 4 or 5 times in his testimony. And it got funny because we mentioned it the first time I said something like, oh, he said doo-doo, like a little third grader might say. And then he kept saying it, and everyone's like, I can't unhear this. I can't unhear this. So we put some doo-doo on the grass for that, just to remind us of the medical examiner. Yes, medical examiner, DNA was a female. Okay, sorry, I mixed the two up. We tried to put for our thumbnail, we're not making fun of the case at all, but we're trying to make a graphical representation of a lot of the events of the case and the evidence that is pertinent to the case that has come up. So as you go through, if you watch this on replay, the initial image for the thumbnail is just like a treehouse, and then as we got more evidence, we added more and more things to the case, and you can see as it develops. So we've got weed, it's a little bit of pot in there. We've got crack. We've got a late note with the hash marks of how many times somebody's been late, which I might say it's 12:59 right now, okay, which is 5 minutes after the jury's supposed to be here in 10 seconds. And I'm not seeing any action, which means the judge hasn't come in yet. That's the first thing. The camera's not going to move until the judge comes in. But we don't know if Mr. Tucker's present or not. Bring the jury. Let's see. The thumbnail is code. Members of the stream chat know what it means, but others will not. So we may be charged by the Georgia DA as criminal conspiracy under RICO. Thank you. Thanks for throwing that out there. We deal with heavy issues, right? Assaults, murder, some of the crimes that people are charged with are serious issues, and a lot of them, just asking.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting.
Who won?
I don't know who won.
She doesn't know. Send the video of the winner to Judge Boyd. Anyway, we deal with heavy stuff, and call it like morbid humor or something, but we have little ways to relieve stress and have a bit of humor, even amongst the heavy and serious topics. So we're not making fun of the court in any way. That's not our intent. We're just trying to have something we can talk about and relate to in a lighter way amidst this heavy, serious moment. Let's see. Dark humor is the best, says Kadia. Is it Kasia or Kadia? Pickerel. I'm not sure which one that is. You'll have to tell me which one's right.
All rise. Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Judge is here. No. Tucker's here. We're good. Thank you, Don. Thanks for the 8 months of support.
Needs to be here. Are we all set for Miss
Mr. Tucker has something he wants to bring up.
Testimony?
I think actually the state attorneys, I think their investigator just got there, because I think Frank just got there. He's helping her out now. Okay, so I think they're about ready for you guys, okay? Just relax. Hey, take pictures. So I'm going to go ahead and turn us on so that you'll be able to see us as soon as you click on, okay?
Let's see if the judge swears in Paula
they're going to get you gowned up. Hold on.
outside the presence of the jury. Paula is very nervous about this. She's not technologically adept. So Tucker's trying to reassure her, saying it's all right, calm down, it's okay, it's going to work, it's not a problem. So we're going to try to get the Zoom set up again with everything functioning, and then the jury's probably going to be brought in. She might be sworn in, probably in front of the jury.
All right. I'm going to turn us on, at least on the. Actually, I won't do the video until you're gowned up. Okay. Yes.
I'm going to swear. That's you on too.
Court is turned up. I would be turning up the white noise and everything.
Okay, guys.
He's just far away from a microphone.
Okay. Still here. Oh, you need to get off the phone? Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and turn it on. Are you dressed? Okay. Okay.
Roro, thank you very much for gifting 5 memberships. As we're just watching as the technology is put into place.
All right, I got you. All right, I'll talk to you in a second. All right.
I think Zoom timed out. Oh, here we go. We've got a feed.
So we're ready to bring the jury in?
Not quite, Your Honor, because they're still, I can't hear them yet, so I would imagine they haven't turned on their side yet. Just give me 1 second. I'll go ahead and make sure they get that on. Yep, I can see her. We're going to have to put that camera a little bit down, too.
So the view we're seeing is from a laptop in Paula's hospital room.
I was just making sure that, no, it's my fault. I'm toggling it off now. You should be able to hear you. Okay, you're fine. Okay, let me go ahead and I'm gonna. You need to. All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Paula? Paula, can you hear me? Oh, it's okay. Relax. It's okay. Hey, can you hear me? We're going to need you to move the camera down too. Hold on. I don't know if she can hear me. All right, hold on. Let's see if this may help her.
She's crying. This is very traumatic.
It's okay. It's okay. What about you?
Frank's not in here yet. He's getting down though.
Oh, he's getting down.
So the state's guy just showed up. He's getting gowned up.
When he comes back, tell him yes and no.
Let me know when this is ready, which hopefully be 5 minutes at the most. Shouldn't be done.
Judge just got up and left, meaning that under the court rules we have to show the seal now, and the audio will be shut off. So they're going to continue trying to get that sorted out. Scott's phone is out of order. Yes and no. Yes and no. I have a phone. It's just not my number. And they have said it's been crickets from them, by the way. Crickets. Okay. The judge is frustrated because he said, "I want this all to work. I want to walk in and have it working," and it's not that easy. It has to basically, it's a new Zoom connection. They have to reset it up, so they're waiting for a little bit. I think we're going to get there. I think we're going to be able to hear just fine. So hopefully this will be good. State investigator just got there. He said he could be out in the hall. They just wanted to make sure there weren't other people in the room coaching her off camera, which is the weirdest thing I've ever come across. I just haven't seen that before. Yes, I've seen judges ask, "Is there someone else with you?" and "Who is that?" I've heard that, but I've never seen the prosecution say, "We'll only agree to this if we have one of our people in the room to make sure she's not being manipulated." The judge leaving gets her off camera. She wasn't on camera, but it does get the audio turned off. Let's see. Felasumi says, "I love that you were trying to give the judge grace, but he comes in first thing in the morning with an attitude." We represented him with Eeyore on the picture. He seems to not be loving his life and loving what he does. The statesperson just arrived, so they're late, and they're getting gowned up to come in. I hope the statesperson will be able to help with the technology side on that side. Jamie Kirk says, "Recovery Addict, watching him talk to the victim of the crime he's accused of committing is the most bizarre thing. In my opinion, he's either a master manipulator or innocent." He claims to be innocent. Didn't think Paula had seen either perp. I've seen some of the interviews Paula's done, and I think she says, she saw Rory, who I believe goes by Detroit, right? He's the big guy. I might get him confused, but she saw one but didn't see the other one really well. That's an insult to Eeyore, says Sarah. I'm sorry. I had to choose something. I've never seen a grouchy native in Key West until now. Really, Kaiwamai, Key West should be like the happy place. That's where everyone's trying to go just to party and enjoy the good life, right? Represent the Zoom feed with a tin can phone. We already have the coconut telegraph represented. Britta Aller, thank you for gifting a membership. That one went out to Maya. Congratulations, Maya. She named Rory Detroit since he was the one attacking her and named him right off the bat. Just Steve. Georgina says, "I pick master manipulator. He certainly has narcissistic traits big time." Did Paula know the defendant before the attack? I don't know the answer to that one. I haven't heard that answer. I believe if she knew it was Rory, she must have known him somehow. I mean, let's put it this way: they were in the circle of people who were using the same type of drugs in the same neighborhood. I mean, 200 feet away. They probably had come across each other or seen each other before. Honey Badger says, "Paula claims the second attacker had a smaller body frame and she'd heard his voice and says it wasn't him. She knew him before this happened, so she knew his voice." She said it was Detroit and someone she didn't know. We'll give them just a minute here. See if they can get everything sorted out. There is a question Ivan brings up. Says he might forget a voice if you were high on crack. There is that question in here. We've got a lot of witnesses. These are not what you might call a perfect witness. Okay, somebody who had a clear shot, unobscured view, no distractions, no factors at play that could have mitigated or minimized the functionality of their brain. None of the witnesses were in that area, in that slot. We've got people who were on or recently had used drugs. Some of them, like we know the victim, the Matt, had in the last 15 minutes had taken cocaine. But we have testimony that we have to weigh based on the witnesses and how they're providing their truthfulness. Is the defense intending to call other witnesses? He said yes. Sloth Life. He said yes, he had others, but not for today. They're ready for Monday. So we anticipate just Paula today. I would really be surprised if this goes more than an hour. Chat showing on screen. Yes, it is. I just didn't click on your text the other time. Roro, if I didn't say it, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Appreciate your generosity. We don't know exactly why Paula's in the hospital. I say I don't know. I think it's out there, but they haven't told us in this court case. So I'm not sure if the judge knows. It's going to be 10 minutes. Zoom is 45 minutes. Yeah, if they've used a free version of Zoom, not a professional version, and I think they're actually using Mr. Tucker's Zoom, or a Zoom Mr. Tucker set up. If it's the free version, it does usually have a time limit. Sometimes that time limit is waived if it's just 2 people. Zoom often will let you continue going beyond the 40 or 45 minute limit. But if they have multiple people connected, which I think they will on this because there are multiple parties who want to watch and possibly record this presentation, then it might cut off after a certain time unless they've got a professional account. Has this jury yet to spend a full day in court? I think we spent 1, possibly 2 full days in court. She's in for advanced COPD and MRSA. Yeah, not fun. Not fun at all. The court could have pro Zoom, but the way it was described, Melissa, in this morning was that Mr. Tucker had set it up and he just needed the email to send the link to the court's computer so they could pull it up on the court display, which would indicate it would be his Zoom. And some of you have asked, would we be able to connect to the Zoom or get permission from the court? This is a closed Zoom meeting. It's not open to the media. Although the media is there in the courtroom, we can't get access that way because it's not like a webinar where you can say these people are allowed to speak. This would be everybody who joins and unmutes or has permission to unmute could disrupt court. And we've seen that happen before. Okay. What was the witness that was with Paula? That was Roger. Keep up the chatter. Roger, he's the golf course maintenance man or the lawnmower guy. He's had the same job for 40 years. Very open about everything. Says he drinks Bud Light. Captain Morgan smokes crack with Paula 3 times a week at the Treehouse. Judge can say it's Friday and we're all going home. My house alarm sounds particularly loud today. Gunnar, there's nothing to indicate she's not mentally competent from what we've seen. She appears to be sane and have her faculties, even though her health is failing. Do we have a theory, says Dale Mox, do you have a theory of what actually happened on the 17th? Dale, there were, especially at the beginning of the trial, some of the ways that Tucker formed his questions seemed to include him as a participant at the scene at various times. And I wouldn't say they're blatant, but going through the trial as we've gone along, Tucker has used that same questioning style to affirm what they are saying, what the witness is saying, even though that's not his position. Like he told the judge this morning, he said the state and the court has been, ethical and everything. And that's not him saying this is my statement. That's him saying that's what you guys are saying. And so I have to sort of disregard the statements that he made earlier that sort of include him or might position him as a participant in these events, because he has the style of speaking as if it's from the other person's vantage point. Everything was set up and ready. The watcher from the prosecution just barely arrived. Let's see. What in the world? Virginia, Lawn Lumber just reposted a tweet. No need to adjust your phone or computer. That is in fact an airplane in the middle of the street.
Hold on, the judge is coming in, so you be careful.
Please be seated. Okay, so I'm back. Presumably the Zoom testimony is queued up or teed up, whatever.
Yeah, we're here. It's just we're just turning up the microphone a little bit, make it easier for us to hear us. That's all. She can hear us, but oh, there we go. Hold on. There we go. No, we don't want to disable it. Okay. You guys ready on your end? Can you hear me? I'm hoping you can hear me. Hold on. Can you guys hear me? There's got to be a volume on this thing. All right. Hold on. I'm just going to keep talking to you. You tell me when I can hear you, okay? Or you can hear me. All right.
Now I'm concerned. I'm concerned that Paula might be medicated.
All right, now, test microphone. There we go. Hold on. Here we got it. I found it.
With something that may directly impact what she says.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. That's not doing it. You need to turn up the volume. Okay.
They can hear you.
Okay, hold on. Oh, it's because we have it on a different microphone. Hold on, let's try this one. It's on a different microphone. Oh, there we go. Oh, hold on. There's 2 different microphones. This is the microphone here, okay? So now you should be able to hear us. I can see the levels going up, okay? Can you hear us? Can you hear us now? Oh, that's still awfully low. Hold on. Let's see.
The judge is already going to...
Let's try the other one again. That's the same as this microphone. Okay, let's do this one. Okay. Hey, can you guys hear us over there? Can you guys hear us? I don't think they're hearing us still. Hold on. I cannot hear your voice. Select a different microphone.
Would you like
testing?
People in here try to...
I mean, that'd be fine. Oh, see, I just saw the levels go up. There we go. Can you guys hear us? Can you guys hear us over there?
She can hear you. It's very, very low.
It's very low. Okay. Let's see if we can try and jack it up a little bit. I think the volume's actually all the way up over here. So
it's
hold on 1 second.
It's already jacked up. I can confirm.
Go any higher. Put that volume. Automatically adjust. Oh, hold on. No, let's get rid of that. That's what's killing us. Okay. Can you guys hear us now? Hey, can you hear us? Or is it very low still?
Let's get Carrie in here. I'm going to step down. This is what we tried to avoid this morning's
I thought we had it worked out.
Event. We'll get our tech people here.
Paige and Carrie.
Paula. Hey, Paula, can you hear us?
Paige and Carrie to the courtroom. Carrie and IT, please come to the courtroom. The judge is frustrated. This is this is frustrating for an IT guy, because this is sort of like the outer realms of what IT does. IT usually works on technology inside the courtroom. This is technology outside the courtroom that has to be working with technology inside the courtroom. So he doesn't have control over the volume on her laptop. He doesn't have control over the external speakers if they have one in there, the microphone, the camera, and he's going to try to walk them through this. I get hopefully it works out. I would say, Selena, I'm leaning. I don't have confirmation of this, but I would believe, based on what I'm hearing, I would suspect that she is medicated and possibly heavily medicated, which I don't know how this would not be brought up on cross. It goes to, what the possibility of her saying something, I'll put it out there, bizarre as a response is very high, or something completely unrelated. If the medication makes her extremely talkative and she just goes off the rails on another topic, it's going to, even though it might not be accurate, it might count against her credibility just because of her mental state in the minds of the jurors. Oh man, they should just use her deposition. Man. Yeah, I feel for Paula. This is no fun for her. This is not. I realize she wants to do this, but in the state she's in, this is a tough position. Oh man, I agree. I'm thinking the depot would probably be the best way to go. Of course, I don't know the quality of the depot, so we might end up with a better video, easily to hear and understand video from this than the depot. 701, she's said many times she wants to do this. She's been pretty adamant. Every video I've seen, even interviews she's done with other YouTubers, she said, I want to do this. No one's forcing me. No one's threatening me. I want to do this. Peter, I think the court can't force him to play the depot unless this is unusable. And we may be to the point, once this starts, that the state objects and says, we have problems with this. Oh, man. Judge has stepped off for the second time. He does not like to be... He's not a tech guy, first of all, and we know that because he's called the TV mechanism or something like that. He had a word for the TV. Doesn't know how it works. He just knows that he calls somebody and they fix it. The stress of this is probably very, very bad on her health. I believe Cross will be a very significant challenge to try and not upset her. Cross will have tough questions. But it almost like crossing a child. You've got a very, I would say, vulnerable witness here, based on the state she's in and what she's going through. The cross, if they get too aggressive with her, they risk alienating the jury. If the jury finds sympathy for her. Just Debbie. Yes, if this is going to be a problem if her end she's not able to hear very well, and whether that's her hearing or whether that's a technical reason that causes that. If she can't hear what's going on, she's going to be talking and interrupting, and the judge is not going to have it. He's going to be very upset and want to put an end to it because he wants order.
Save your voice. Hey, Paula.
It sounds like
we're back. Are you ready?
Yep, I think we're ready. Paula, save your voice until the jury comes in, okay? Okay.
All right.
I can't stand up. You know what I'm
Okay.
Yep, you just lay there and you just relax, okay?
She has to be instructed not to speak while We're in session until she's called.
Okay. Paula, the judge wants you to be quiet until I tell you it's okay, okay? Just be quiet for right now. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we got this.
All right, so let's bring the jury in, please.
Looks like this is going to happen.
Hey, Paula, we have to be quiet. Paula, we need you to be quiet right now. Hold on just a second, okay?
Oh my goodness, yes. You guys, the top of the screen is...
You all can have a seat. Apparently we're waiting for one or two other folks here.
We should not be seeing the top of the screen. They should pan that down. Thank you, because that's jury.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Okay. Good afternoon, members of the jury. Thank you for your patience. I know that I asked you to be here at 1 o'clock. I'm sorry that you've had to wait. We've had some technical difficulties that we've tried to work through. I think that'll become clearer in just a moment as I explain to you what's going to unfold here in a moment. But in the meantime,
just relax.
The state
I'll
has
talk to you when we're ready.
its case, and now the defendant has an opportunity to present his case. So, Mr. Tucker, you have a witness to call?
Yes, I'd like to call Miss Paula Belmont.
All right. So, Miss Belmont is unfortunately in very poor health, and she is in fact in a room at our local hospital. So she's unable to physically appear live and in person, so she is going to be testifying remotely by a system called Zoom. And basically you can see her picture there.
Paula, you got to let the judge talk.
She's saying I can't hear.
Okay.
So Paula can only hear Tucker.
She's there. You're going to see her as she testifies. You're going to be able to hear her, and she should be able to also see and hear. Although she's not here in person in this courtroom, you are to consider her testimony just as if she were, because other than it being remote, you see her, you hear her, she's going to be direct examined and cross-examined. So, and we spent some time to get the connection, which hasn't been easy, and I think it's clear she's not feeling well, but having said that, I am going to place her under oath. I may have limited ability to raise her right hand.
Paula.
Ms. Belmont, can you hear me? I'm Judge Jones. Can you hear me?
Paula, the judge is going to place you under oath. I'm going to give the microphone to him, okay? He'll talk to you in just a second. The judge has to place you under oath. He has to swear you in, okay? So just give me a second. Shh, Paula. Do we need to reschedule? I mean, we can do that.
No, we're not rescheduling.
Okay, I got you. Shh, relax. Okay, Paula. I need the judge to be able to swear you in, though. Okay, so you have to just calm down. Whatever. Okay.
Right hand.
He wants you to raise your right hand. Okay, right hands. There you go. That's it. And I'm gonna give the microphone to Judge Jones.
Okay. Just I see you have your hand raised. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, the nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Are you the judge, man, in front of me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, I swear.
Okay, thank you.
She said, yes, I swear, so she's sworn in. Oh, my goodness.
Okay, Paula, you're sworn in so we can actually ask you questions now, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, jury, welcome back.
Judge, objection.
Objection.
It's all right. It's just a little introduction. So,
anyway, thank you for waiting for us. And again, like the judge said, it's just some technical difficulties. And as you see, she does want to testify for you, to give you testimony. Okay, Paula. Okay, you ready? Are you going to be good?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you please tell us what happened on the night of November 2017?
actually,
on
I'm
the
sorry,
17th?
but she should really state her name first.
Okay. Can you please state your name for the record? Just tell. Hold on, Paula. Hold on, Paula. Hold on just 1 second. Okay.
It's all right. We know who she is.
Okay. Okay.
Me and Roger used to hang out upstairs. I don't drink, Roger used to got the rats. And every Friday night there was a spot for Roosevelt, because he was my good liquid friend. Earlier that day, this guy from Recovery Addict, and this fastest dude who I'd never seen before, came up the stairs with the provide. I told him to leave. They were April's friends, they left. I didn't think nothing of it. Until hours later, when out of nowhere, this man comes running towards me, and it was dark, coming in 3/4 dark, wearing a mask. But I couldn't figure out why he was running towards me so fast. And he jumped on me, and I didn't realize I was caught at first. I thought he was just pressing his knife into my neck, really over. And I said to my friend, Ryder, help me, he's hurting. And I couldn't figure out Ryder was helping. And then all this craziness happened. And I get every time, I get kicked on the floorboards and yell growl. Every time I yell growl, I'm very telling you this should be out of me. But I remember looking up at this man's face. In my mind, I heard myself say, in my face, I heard myself say, Detroit, why do you do this? I literally heard myself say it. I don't know why I didn't say it out loud. Something stopped me, and thank God I did. Because he probably would have killed me right then and there. But like you said, he had done there earlier that day. And I was on my way to lose $50 from the crack at the house. Because I was just getting sick. I needed to make a little bit of money.
Judge, I'm going to object to the narrative at this point.
Well, I know Mr. Mansfield, but in light of her condition, I'm going to let her testify by narrative.
It was not my property. When the fear came up when we had a hurricane, there was 4 different properties on that property. And each person has to apply separately. But the check comes to one person. April got a hold of that check because she owed a lot of back rent. Now in the interim, I was sorted out on that to not take over, but trying to help him because we were noticing weird stuff like learning to try to go her, like Uber rides and stuff like this and
To the
that.
extent that you can't interject with a question, you should try.
Okay. Hey, Paula. Paula, can you?
It's fine, it's none of his hard.
Paula, can you explain?
Like I had been in touch with the water company. As a
Paula.
matter of fact, because when I left, I told Ben, I said, Ben, listen, the water's going to be shut off. It's in my name. But in that is account, it's all approved.
Hey, Paula, can you hear me? Paula, can you hear me?
I have to do something with that. Matthew made April pay that money back, the rent money. And then it wasn't official, which was the start of official.
Hey, Paula, can you hear me?
So, me and Todd signed the notice that he wanted April up property. So really,
Hey, Paula. Paula, can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me?
if you want a brothel,
Hey, can you hear me? Paula?
there's never no drug bust on that property. And one thing I want to say to this, Mr. Mansfield, you make me sick. Absolutely make me sick.
Paula. Hold on. Hey, hold on.
Island was wearing t-shirts.
Hey.
Trying to see.
Hey.
All you did was stole he was wearing. The clothes he was wearing now did not make him sport.
I'm afraid we're going to have to pause here because.
Hold on, I'm gonna pause it. Hold on, pause it. Hold on. Hold on, I got this. I got it. There we go.
The court clerk.
Paula, you gotta listen to me, okay?
We're going to approach the bench here a second.
She's still going. She's railing on Mr. Mansfield, the larger of the two prosecutors, the taller of the two. Oh my goodness. I don't know if any of this is helpful in any way for either side to the jury. This is not working.
For a moment or two, please excuse us.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Why wouldn't they use her depot?
Thank you.
She told the story. She said she recognized Rory. She said, I wasn't. I'm so glad I didn't say, Rory, why are you doing this? Or else he would have killed me right then. She said she was kicking on the floor.
Okay, the jurors are gone, so.
All right, Your Honor, if you don't mind, I'm gonna try one more time and get her to listen to my instructions. And if she can't listen to my instructions, we're gonna have to either reschedule it or we're also gonna go for the video. That's, at this point, I gotta get her to listen to the instructions.
State one.
At this point, first and foremost, I'm moving to strike the 2-minute time right ahead to me. I've asked for the jury to be instructed that is obviously improper testimony.
I would agree.
Secondly,
And I would agree with that.
completely out of control. She's not listening to anybody. So at this point, I don't see how she didn't even state her name for the record. We have, this is not credible testimony at this point. We have a witness that's just rambling incoherently.
I understand, but I'm willing to give Mr. Tucker one opportunity here, one additional opportunity, because I believe at the beginning there was some effort to try to calm her down, which, based upon what I can see, he's attempted to do, and
Becca.
see if we can get some.
Becca, I'm going to have to time you out for the day. We don't do the name calling and get off the mods. I need it to stop.
Organization structure. Okay. I will give a cautionary instruction about, or disregard any disparaging comments.
I'll tell her the same thing. Tim.
Well, I understand, but I have to tell the jurors that's stricken and to disregard it. But,
thank you.
And I understand that Mr. Alvarez is correct. Generally, attorneys don't confer outside with witnesses outside the presence of other parties. But in this instance, I would certainly allow him out now, like once in a while. Witnesses are given instructions that the judge just made a ruling that you can't testify about X, Y, and Z. So attorneys can tell their witness that, so he can tell her, listen, you've got to you've got to answer questions, you've got to testify in more of a question answer format. So okay, so now what?
Just something popped up
on Zoom saying that the meeting is being recorded. Don't know who is recording the meeting, who has it, but he has a full view of the entire jury meeting.
Okay.
It seemed to pop out when the jury had left, but we're not for sure what exactly when.
So someone's recording Zoom, and it has a view of the jury.
Let's call Carrie, Dick. I don't know if it's our account or his account.
No, it's his account.
Okay.
It's Mr. Tucker's account.
We certainly don't want that blocking things, and I guess Mr. Tucker, you too obviously have to make a decision here as to whether this witness is even able to communicate what you want her to communicate at this point. It's so.
The thing is, I think because I know how much it means to her, I'd like to give it one more try.
Fair enough.
If you can't keep yourself under control, then we're going to have to move on. I understand.
All right. Okay. So
the judge is going to.
So that's not going to disappear?
No, I can get rid of this, Your Honor, but I also want to make sure it's not recording, I would assume. You don't want it recording, right?
That would be my concern that
Bailiffs are concerned with somebody recording Zoom. That would be highly inappropriate. Because it would be a recording that, that they would be able to, someone recording Zoom would be able to pin the image of the jurors in full screen and be able to see all of them. That's highly inappropriate. One of the reasons why this should be a closed circuit Zoom.
Okay, hold on. Let's go ahead and do this.
Oh, man. How do they know someone's recording? Zoom has a feature that tells all participants when someone starts recording. It's not foolproof. I mean, I could record a Zoom without it alerting on Zoom. There are other ways to do it, is what I'm saying. But if you use the record Zoom feature within the Zoom application, it tells everybody. And that notice popped up on the court. So that's a problem.
It's not good to just stop it. Unless, maybe, hold on.
Ohio Gin, they have a deposition, presumably recorded when Paula was in better health. That is an option. Mr. Tucker has said that because Paula wants so badly to testify, that this is so important to her, he wants to do this again and try to get her to comply with the ruling. I don't think it's that Paula can't comply with the ruling. I think that she's not able to hear. And all the time she was talking is from when the jury came in on since this last break. She's saying, I can't hear, I can't hear, I can't hear. And so the judge was saying, you've got to be quiet. She can't hear that. So she keeps saying, I can't hear, and she's distraught, saying it's not working. You know, I want to testify, I can't hear. And then Tucker would reassure her a little bit. And then she's like, now I can't hear, because Tucker wasn't saying anything. If the audio, or if she were able to hear on her end better, it would probably go smoothly. They'd probably be able to get this through without objection from the state. But man, this is sad. First of all, it's very sad to watch her go through this. Evangeline, he says he's doing this because Paula thinks felt it so important to get this truth out, to testify in person about this. But I don't know how that couldn't be accomplished just as effectively with a deposition. They finally muted her. They muted the volume on Zoom, so she was still talking on her end. The state objected. Mr. Mansfield objected because Paula went off on him directly, and that is inappropriate for court. That is inappropriate. The narrative he objected to, the judge gave leeway.
No, it's just there's a video that was left in here that's not supposed to be. It's a video that's in evidence. I don't know why it's in. Let me go ahead and take care of this recording part, though.
There's a video.
What would you like me to do with the video that's actually supposed to be in evidence, John?
Maybe the state can look at it and see, or does the clerk have? I assume that the clerk has.
I would
all
assume
the
so
evidence,
too, but
so
I mean, it's obvious.
maybe that's one of those copies that's.
I don't see external private.
Okay, there's no USB drives? Because that was definitely a video of John Travis Johnson. Ah, that's what it is. I imagine.
They had left the video of Travis on the screen like we saw at the end of the day yesterday. Man, okay.
She really stopped. She definitely stopped. So hopefully that'll help.
Okay. My stomach's in a knot here. I feel so bad for Paula. They're going to try to get her to reset and only answer questions. I think when she's talking, she definitely can't hear. So it's going to be difficult to get her to give an answer and then stop mid-sentence. If there's an objection, she won't stop. That'll be a problem. They're going to need to go to the deposition video.
Oh, there we go. Okay, stop recording. I just found it. There we go. Got it. Yep.
It was being recorded locally?
Well, I don't know. I just pushed to.
I think it's recording on her side, and we have the option to record it on our side. So I think there's.
I don't know. But either way.
Continuously right now going on her side, theoretically.
Right. I'm going to go ahead and stop all recording. So it's like, I had no idea.
In the video we started,
Both of these are now unchecked, and
from our side.
Right, from our side, but I gotta make sure it's on her side too. You know what? This might be good for the state attorney, Attorney's Office investigator, if he wants to check just to make sure there's
I'm not going to ask them to go into a room where somebody's infectious, so.
Okay. Okay. Let me get on the phone with her and see if we can go ahead and get them to do that. All right. And
she may have hit the button to record on her side. Oh, man. I think Paula's vision is poor. The judge was standing right in front of the camera. The camera's mounted on top of the TV. And it's facing the jurors. That's why the jurors are there. There's a better way to set this up. Let's put it that way. But it's facing the jurors. The judge came down and stood right in front of that camera, and Paula was able to look at it and say, "Are you the person right in front of are you the judge?" So we can tell that she can't see very well. And they're talking about, can they turn it so that it doesn't show the jury? You can
stop, okay? Because, okay, well the thing is no, but when I tell you to stop talking, or I tell you that, you need to, we need to, stop talking, we need to go to a different question or something like that, you have to listen to me, okay? Okay, good. And here's the other thing, you can't be insulting Mr. Mansfield anymore. Okay. I get it, but I get it, I understand. But, the thing is the judge isn't going to allow that, and all it's going to do is make it so we have to turn it off. That's all, right? It's okay. Okay.
I'm pretty sure this violates Florida's two-party statute for recording a phone call.
But you have to listen to me, okay, or else we're going to have to stop it.
But it's in court. What can we do?
Okay, I'm just letting you know, because, man, the judge has given us one more shot here. So he's, okay, so you got to listen to my instructions. No, it's okay, I get it, I understand. Now listen, okay, but you're going to have to listen to my instructions, and no more, and don't insult Mr. Mansfield or anybody else, okay?
He's
We'll just try and keep it,
like,
we'll try and stick to the testimony, okay? Okay? You just be your wonderful self, and you'll be fine, okay? But you gotta be calm about this, okay? I know it's exciting. I know it's a little bit much, okay? Okay. You still want to do this?
She's nodding. They've turned the volume off because we're overhearing the conversation with the two attorneys right in front of the camera.
We'll do this later. Okay. We're going to want to check to make sure that there's.
We'll do this later.
Just to protect the sanctity of the jury and compliance with your order that they not be disclosed or their faces or things. One of the suggestions that the state would have is if we angled the monitor more towards the podium, that would take the jury's, the view of the jury out of it, and she could see and speak directly to
that'd be great.
Mr. Tucker.
Fine.
Okay. I'll let her know.
Because there's no way at this point
I'll let her know.
for us to assure that on their side it's not recording.
Right.
It's not recording here, but it may be recording.
I understand.
And Your Honor, I will make sure there's no recordings.
Actually, it is still recording.
It's still recording.
How's it doing that? That's not coming from Zoom then. Because I just went.
Why don't you stand at the...
Look, see?
It's not recording on our side, it's on her side.
The light's on the camera here.
Now the jury is not able to see.
Is there another recording program on here besides?
You're still going to have some juries.
The other computers proceed record from that side.
Right. But I mean, the camera would be on here.
It could.
Actually, we should probably, just an abundance of caution, Your Honor, if we can get the tech guy up here just to make sure that there's no recordings on anything on here. Zoom doesn't say it's recording. I don't know the other software.
I'm going to step down.
Oh yeah, it does actually. You're right.
The thing would be to end the video, restart it, and that would.
Okay, that'll do it.
Let's wait for that.
Okay, judge steps off once again. We've got another little break. Oh my goodness. Someone hit the button by accident. If they hit the button by accident, if they stop the video and restart it, all the connection happens over again. The setup, the turning on the camera, the unmuting the microphone, it's all happening over again. I'd remind you guys, no name calling in chat. We've been trying to ban the people who are just blatantly calling names. We don't do that here. We're above that. I realize it's crazy. It's a mess. We can talk about the situation, but calling individuals' names is beneath us. So please don't do that, or you might find yourself timed out for a day or so. All right. Let's see. We need some WD-40. I heard some squeaks in there. I think it was the wheels on the TV. Why can't they do Zoom, but then call in for the audio? Sunshine Girl? People like you get paid big bucks to bring solutions like that to backwards courtrooms. We've seen that before. We've seen people who have not had audio. We've seen it on YouTube. I think Greg Anderson did an interview where his video was working, but his audio wasn't. So his audio was on a phone. I think it was even with Megan, where the audio came through on the phone, and we had the video from Zoom. But yeah, or a StreamYard or something like that. No chat on screen, Buffer. That's because I was trying to go back. Give me just 1 second. I was trying to go back and find. Somebody said there was a super sticker. I think it was Mathis. Mathis said a super sticker. How do I trigger that again? I can't get it to trigger again. See, 1 sec. Let's view activity. Mathis, let me find it. It says state could have stipulated to her testimony. Thank you. I found where it said it. I had to go back through the viewer activity to see this. State could have stipulated to their testimony. Regina also says it breaks my heart. I can't put these on screen, unfortunately, but I'm just making sure I read everything here. Let's see. Susan Bartlett, welcome to the gallery. Thank you. Let's see. I think we've got all those. There needs to be mandatory retirement. Some states have it. I think Judge Newman was forced into retirement, the judge for the Alex Murdaugh trial. Can we have an emotional support picture? Let me see if I can pull up a picture here. What do I have available? I have my cat. Let's go here just briefly. Oh, I'm noticing that this picture. He looks decidedly thinner than he does right now. My cat might be in the well-fed category. Because although I've finally trained my kids the proper amount to feed the cat, the number of times per day they feed it is still probably too much. But we've got a little relaxation. That is Kiki, and also known as Pickles. That's Kiki. Okay, let's deep breaths, everybody. That's my cat. Michelle, have you fixed him yet? You mean he's broken? Here's what we have determined. The other family that maintains him took care of the fix. He has two families, ours and somewhere else, at least two. I guess this is normal for some cats. Thank you, Britta. The mods are working overtime on this. I realize this is a stressful situation. A lot of strong feelings here. We're trying to be respectful to all. Appreciate that. Appreciate the mods. They're doing a great job. Let's see. Coming back to court. There's some audio out there. It's just very, very quiet. Does he have 6 toes like Hemingway's cats? How do you count their toes? Oh, I know. I just let him claw me, and then I count the marks. Is it 6 claws or 6 toes? Yes, we share cats. Oh. My cat is very protective of me, I think. When I go walking in the yard at night, he just about trips me, tries to get me to stop, stands on my feet. Sometimes he'll climb up on my shoulder to get a good look around the neighborhood to see if there are other animals around. Is Zoe there? Zoe was here yesterday for a quick visit. But I have to say, Zoe doesn't smell as good as Kiki smells. I mean, Kiki is a very clean cat. Zoe could use a bath. That's all. BBE, cat and animal lover. I hope they go this route. I have a hard time picturing, even if they were able to get this working, that this is effective, A, for Tucker or B, for Paula. I think the depot is probably the right way to go. That's just tripping. It's not protection. Oh, I left the chat off screen. Sorry. When RA is charged with a feline, that will be a pet trial. Yes, a feline. You can still hear Tucker talking just a little bit, very quietly, away from the microphone. I've been chosen. I like the cat a lot. We get along. If you press down on his paw, it will spread his toes. Because he's an outdoor cat, his claws are not trimmed at all. He has full claws, and they're like talons. They are razor sharp and long, and pressing down on his toes makes the talons come out. Do we have a satellite dish on the thumbnail? I didn't see it. Yes, as a matter of fact, we do. Let me show you where we're at on the thumbnail. Whoops, that's not it. Let me go to the other screen. There we go. On the thumbnail, if we look right on the top of the back right here, let's see. Here we go. We've got a satellite dish right up here. I'm actually going to change it. I don't like that color of black. It needs to be a different color gray. Maybe... because dish is like this, right? It's like a lighter color. Okay. There we go. We have the thumbnail. All right. And I think we're, let me see what else we got. Yeah, we're still waiting. I feel like I'm getting smarter with these things. Put Pickles back up, says Ann. I need another picture of Pickles. Let me see. Let's see. Yeah, I agree. I don't think this is staged or manufactured because I don't think this serves Tucker. I don't think this helps. This doesn't create sympathy. You need to be able to hear it. You need to be able to understand what's going on. It's been so difficult to hear that I don't think it's helpful right now. Okay. Waiting for the judge to come back on the bench. We've got audio on, so as soon as he does, we'll be there. Yes, timeouts can be various lengths. Typically, an initial timeout is short, like 10 seconds to a minute, sometimes 5 minutes. If you continue to cause problems after initial timeout, they escalate rapidly to 24 hours. And one of the ways to escalate it is complaining to the mods about being timed out. We need you to be able to do some introspection if you get timed out and just realize that either it was a mistake and it's fine, it's in the past, and forgive and all is good, or maybe change what you're doing because it may be causing some problems in chat. Let's see. Where is Moopak? Moopak's right here. Cash Cow Moopak is right here. My wife's headphones are right here, so it just doesn't sit right. Acadia, I love this. Acadia Pickerel says, "Can I be timeout for 10 seconds? I want to see what happens." Immediately, the mods are like, "On it." That's what happens. Now you know, but now you've lost your warning, Acadia. So next time, if you do something naughty, then it just escalates. All right. We're about to go back to court here. I think they're going to give one more chance to Paula in testifying. She needs to be able to respond to questions. I think that her chance at narrative is probably gone now. They'll probably let her give lengthy answers, but not just free spool the whole story. Heidi says, "I finally have enough Google rewards for another month." Hey, everybody. Heidi, make sure you have your gift settings turned on. Oftentimes, gifts become available. And for those that it's just not in the cards for them to financially support the program, we'd love to be able to have them as a member due to someone else's generosity. So let's see. Weezer, hey RA, did Mrs. RA sleep with her new microphone? Her new microphone. You know what she told me this morning? She said, "I don't want you going downstairs and using my microphone." So I had to change it out from my old one. Her microphone is put away. It's back in the box. I have got another spare, which is it was my backup. Let's see. I think that's all. Do I have a third? I don't think I do. I originally had more microphones, but This is not supposed to be like that. Why did that? I'll figure that out. But her nice, shiny, new, clean, and non-stinky microphone is in the box. M. Young, thank you for gifting a membership. Also, Luca gifted memberships as well. Thank you, M. Young. That yours went to Whiskey Scambaiter. And Luca, looks like you gifted a membership to Grassfolk. Congratulations, both of you, and thank you. Let's see. Still nothing from court. We're just keeping an eye on it here. On our counter, if we look here, the counter is up to 64. Oops. Up to 64 times, and we probably could go a little higher than that if we were a little more accurate, but at least 64 times that the defendant has been instructed as to how to lawyer. This is she doesn't want a spelling microphone. I talked into this one all day, and I think I need to just take out the rubbing alcohol and a toothbrush and clean it. I don't know what else to clean a microphone with, but I might take it apart. Mrs. R.A. looks lovely every evening. She's beautiful. I love her. Is it Keisha or is it Kadia? The timeout was refreshing. All 10 seconds of it. We want a pickle cam. I have the equipment to do that. Actually, I bought these right here, which is a wireless 4K transmitters. So I can take any one of my other cameras. Say like this camera right here. This is just another GoPro on a little clamp. I can take that and plug it into a wireless transmitter and wirelessly be 600 feet away and stream back to my switcher. So I could put a camera up outside with the cat. The cat just, when I'm not there, it leaves. It goes somewhere else. Find somebody who will pet it and goes there. All right. Let's see. Culperistic says, for people in chat who think Paula should be testifying, are you giving what she said so far full weight? I know she wants to testify, but what I don't see is, I'm not sure if Paula doesn't understand that a deposition, what she said before the deposition, is just as it's considered the same. That it carries the same weight as her testimony in person if she were to be sitting on the stand. At least that's the instruction that the jury will have. And especially considering that both of them would be on video for the jury. The only thing that would be happening if she was testifying live would be the questions would be live from the courtroom, and you get the drama of the back and forth. Check the burner. Check the burner for your name. Let's see. I'm sorry, checking the burner. Keisha. Is it Kadia or Keisha? It's a Russian Portuguese name. Kadia? trying to say cat, but at the end add the. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go. I don't know. I still don't know how to say her name. All right. Kevin says, check the burner. I sent a picture. I see a golden doodle in a lawn chair. Let's see. Hang on one second. It says you can post it on screen. I'm just going to hold it up to the camera if that's all right. Let me go this way. I have to put it on airplane mode so it doesn't accidentally show somebody's picture. There's Golden Doodle enjoying the good life in the lawn chair, in the nice chair, as the Golden Doodles do. Thank you for that. Appreciate that one, Kevin. Let's see. All right. I don't know why my phone's not working. I just successfully unplugged a battery with my feet. Okay, I need to charge my phone here, else we'd lose this, guys. Hang on. Court's still waiting, waiting for the judge to come back. Okay, now we're charging. Now we're cooking with fire. All right, Ivan, Recovery Addict would like to call in with an alternate theory about what's happening. Okay, got to be respectful though. I need only the facts. You can state your opinion, but let's be respectful on it. Yeah, go ahead, give me a call, Ivan. We've got a little bit of time, but of course, if the judge comes back, we're going to cut you off immediately, as we always do. Judge should have sent the jurors to lunch. They came in after lunch, so they started at 1. So this is going to be a little break. Let's see. Okay, my phone is not updating right now. So oh, there's my problem. I turned it off. That's why. I'll turn it back on. Now it'll update. That's buzzing like crazy. Okay, now I turned the airplane mode on to show the picture, but now it's going like nuts. Oh my goodness, I've got pet pictures coming out my ears. Let's see, we've got Buttercup. I recognize Buttercup. Hang on one second.
Call from
Mr. Respectful.
Mr. Respectful. Ivan, how are you doing, my friend?
Hey, it's me.
You have to be relevant. It has to be a little bit shorter than yesterday and respectful.
Yes, sir.
But we're good. Go ahead.
Okay. No problem at all. I just think that perhaps not everything we are seeing is what is being, or is what is real, perhaps.
Okay.
I think, and this is what I mean by that. I think that I think we may have a charade on our hands, and that's my opinion. I don't have any inside track, but it seems to me that we have a deposition where she was fully able to do all this, and that's not to say her condition didn't get worse, but it's my opinion that they, and by they I mean defense, purposely rolled her out there, and I don't like using those terms, but you know what I mean. I feel like...
What do they benefit? Is this a sympathy vote?
100%. Like, look how bad this woman is, and she's still willing to testify for me. Look how awful, you know what I mean? Like, look at the shape she's in, willing to come to bat for me. She can't do this, she can't do that. I mean, I don't know, man.
I would.
Doesn't agree.
I hear you. I didn't realize that could be the thing. Here's where I see that might fall apart a little bit. I think any sympathy they might have got for this situation, when Tucker used that dad voice saying, "Paula, are you going to be good?"
But I
I'm like,
think
whoa,
but
whoa.
But doesn't a dad who loves his kids use dad voice? Like
Yeah, but
when you
but this is
you know
different.
what I mean? When you're really trying to get through to your kids, like you don't talk to them like they just want a cotton candy. You get through to them like, come on, Paula, like we you know what to do here, and her just being unable to and can't hear, and I remember, I'm old enough to remember when they would go into hospital rooms. Now I know they don't want to do that with MRSA, but guess what? We got protective gear. Okay, if this was absolutely imperative to have her on her deathbed doing this, there are ways to do this. You could be in a different room through a glass, push a button and say, hey, Paula, can you hear me? You don't have to be sitting next to her holding her hand. Okay, so yeah, I don't know.
I can't expect Tucker to have that set up. I mean, that's a pretty advanced setup. I'll say this. I think, yes, I can see the argument that this might be done because because of the optics, right? Because of how it looks, and give them a sympathy vote. But at the same time, if the jury can't understand a word she's saying because of the technology, and the conversation can't be held in a manner that it's question answer that's clear, are they really gaining anything other than showing somebody who's really just doing very poorly health wise and you feel sorry for?
I think what they gain is the optics of somebody who is supposedly been there and the victim willing to testify for this person and go to any length, but she just can't do it. And while he's got the deposition in his back pocket, I don't know. I might not be totally right here, and I reserve my right to be wrong, but I think this is not exactly as it seems, and I feel as if in a way we are being bamboozled. I think she's easily manipulated given her health.
That I have a concern about that, especially if she's on medication and a little confused.
Right.
Because he's had to sort of direct her and a little bit more than possibly you think you would need to, especially for a woman who's been involved in a court case like this for a long time. Realize she may have never been in court before. This might be the first time in her life she's testified as a witness. But
have you ever seen a judge give this much leeway when trying to set up a witness that couldn't be heard, or like this judge is going up? And I think Tucker knew. I think he knew that. And not to say I'm not blaming him. Your life's on the line. Give it everything you got. But like I said, I don't know that I'm totally on the money here, but something isn't right. Okay, something isn't adding up. How was her health yesterday? Is she able to order her own meals? Is she able to change her television channel? I'd like to know her behavior, kind of like they did with Maya, and they probed everything else she did. I'd like to know how she acted the 2 hours before this or a week before this. I think it's all relevant. But anyway.
But at the same time, she's not the defendant. She's not under investigation. She's not on trial. So really, as interesting as that would be, and insightful as some of that would be, we don't get to go that far with a lot of witnesses.
I know.
I don't.
And I know Jules is in the chat wanting to rebut me, and I appreciate her because she's always respectful.
Yeah.
And she always calls in right when I'm going to. She has a quicker internet connection than me, but who the hell doesn't? But love you guys.
Ivan, thank you. You kept it to 5 minutes. It was awesome. I appreciate your input on that one.
Yes, sir.
We'll see you, man.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Jules, did you want to call and give an opposing viewpoint on this one? We might be just realize that at any moment the judge comes back and whoever's talking gets cut off. It's not fair, but that's how it works. I wonder if the depo's not good enough for his defense. He may need the live testimony. Kenny, I would say this. I really, really feel that Paula wants to testify.
Call from Jules.
Jules, my friend, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm going to make this quick. I love you, Ivan. I really, really do.
Yeah.
However, I do not think that. I just disagree with Ivan. One thing I do agree with, when he first asked about taking her out of order when the state was presenting the case, I think that should have been granted at that time.
I agree.
Maybe she would have been in a better state of mind. Clearly, in my opinion, I don't see that the jury is going to give him one iota of sympathy with this testimony, with the live testimony, because I didn't. I found it. I was appalled. She's not in a state of mind that to be asked a question and answer it. Her rambling, it's not a good look for him. However, can he, if I was a juror, that is, that's what I would be saying, like, what the F is he doing? Now, can he recover from this? He sure can.
Okay,
play her depo.
So now,
play her depo now.
What happens now, though? What happens if we go to the jury and say, look, and the judge is like, hey, we had problems with, technical problems. The jury saw. Okay, so the judge can't just say, hey, we had technical problems. We're going to have to resort to a depo. The jury's like, wow, we heard her rant on Mansfield and everything, and now we're going to switch to this depo that you had all along. Why? Does that sort of just linger in the jury's minds a little bit about the intention that Tucker had, what he wanted to get introduced into court through a witness that maybe the judge would not allow him to do directly. If she has beef with Mansfield, and he got to get it in that way, and it's probably not going to be in the depo. It would have been trimmed out if it was. Does that do more harm?
Well, yes. In my opinion, it does. Because it may appear to the jury, if I'm going to speak to myself, for me, it appeared to me that could be used as she's only doing this because she's got a beef with the state. For that, but you didn't hear a whole lot of that. I mean, because they certainly cut it off, like put a stop to it, when she really went on her roll about that. I think when they come back, the judge needs to say to the jury, technical difficulties, we cannot go on like this. However, Mr. Tucker's going to play her video deposition. And he may gain ground back.
Okay,
was it helpful to him? No. Was it staged? No.
Okay, court's back. I need to jump over to it. I've been paused for just a minute. Thanks a lot.
Bye. Love you guys.
Bye. Thank you, Jules. Jules is wonderful. Let me back up so we can get pick up where we left off. Just 1 second. So we paused it for a minute, and I apologize. That was my fault. We're going to start right here. We're going to pick up. Okay, right here. Here we go.
Please be seated. Okay. Let's bring in the jury, please.
Okay, the jury's coming in, Paula. I'll let you know when it's ready, okay?
Jury's walking in now.
No, you're fine. You just relax, okay?
She's saying, sorry, I caused you guys trouble. I'll try to translate what I hear her say, because it is a little difficult to understand her.
All jurors present at court, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, please accept my sincere apologies for the long delay. It's really not in any of our hands. The efforts have been made to try to get the connection and everything associated therewith in order so that you can present it with the testimony in this form. Before we resume, I do want to inform you that I have stricken part of the previous testimony. There were some, frankly, inappropriate, disparaging remarks about one of the prosecutors and some other connected remarks. I've stricken those from the record, and I'm instructing you to completely disregard that testimony. So with that, we've repositioned the screen. I think it's more appropriate that way, and we're going to continue with the Zoom testimony of Ms. Belmont. So go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Paula. Now, we're gonna try and keep each of these answers short, okay? Okay, so, okay, on the night of the 17th, you said, okay, that day you said you saw, people coming over to your house. Who was that? Who came by?
People of my place here.
Okay, who came by?
Matthew's place.
Okay, and who came by Matthew's place earlier in the day?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Do I remember what?
Who came by the treehouse earlier in the day?
I remember people coming.
Okay, you remember people coming? Do you remember who it was?
It was Detroit.
Detroit?
And some young guy.
Okay. Detroit, some young guy.
I remember saying, "Who are you? I never saw you before. You look like a cop."
Oh, you look like a cop? Did you say that?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so Detroit came by earlier in the day. The person who looked like a cop, did you know their name? Did you ever get their name?
I didn't say I looked like a cop.
Oh, sorry.
Detroit's friend looked like a cop.
Okay, and did you get his name?
Detroit's friend looked like a cop. Did you get his name?
No, but I know he was wearing a white t-shirt.
Okay.
Nobody was wearing a
All
white
right,
t-shirt.
so that was earlier in the day. What happened later on that night?
Later on that night, I was out and hours later.
Later on that night, hours later.
Me and Roger ran out upstairs.
Roger and I were
Roger
there.
listened to me. Roger's not in bed. Excuse my language, a fucking joke.
Okay.
Roger doesn't let go by crap. So he can be with the girl. I don't drink. Me and Roger just hang out upstairs and he does the grass. And because me and Roosevelt had been friends for a long time, there's a little cheese lounge that I lay in, hang out with him when he's done downstairs with the girl.
Oh, okay, gotcha. And that's Roosevelt, Washington.
Get his thing on and then just go.
Is that Roosevelt, Washington? Is that who you're talking about?
Pardon me?
Is that Roosevelt, Washington you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Okay. So you're hanging out upstairs with Roger Roget. What happens after that?
Roger was doing the tree was downstairs pretty much most of the night. Matter of fact, to the point where I actually thought that I was hearing Detroit downstairs playing just a bad identical. Long name there, which was totally wrong.
Okay.
It was Matthew.
Okay, and how many times did? Okay.
She heard Detroit.
And how many times
downstairs.
did Detroit come over before the 17th, before the night it actually happened?
I would say maybe 5 or 6.
5 or 6 times. Okay. And okay, let's move. What happened when you actually when it actually happened? What happened later?
I'm sorry, what happened later?
Yeah, when they actually came up the stairs, what happened?
Oh, because I mean, the treehouse property had grass, okay, and probably doesn't mind that. And Roger worked at the golf course. And Roger being a nice person, and my friend, he would bring over the equipment.
The treehouse driveway had grass. Roger works at the golf course. He's a nice guy. He'd bring over the equipment. He'd bring over the lawnmower equipment and try to keep up with the grass.
But I'm talking about Paula. Do you remember what happened on the night of the 17th, though, when you were upstairs hanging out with Roger Ruggett?
Yeah.
Okay, what happened?
All of a sudden, like out of the corner of my eyes to the right, this person comes like flying towards me.
Okay.
And I knew who it was.
Now, who was that?
But I couldn't understand why he was in such a hurry to get me, like,
Person came running towards her through the door.
until he got on my neck and got my throat.
I knew who it
So
was,
he
but I
jumped
couldn't
on you,
understand
put the
why he
knife
was in
on
a
your
hurry to
throat.
come at me. I didn't know why he was until he put a knife to my throat.
Did he jumped on you and put the knife on your throat? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and who was that person? Do you remember?
It was Detroit.
And how'd you know that, Paula?
Matter of fact, he was wearing the same clothes that he had on
It was Detroit.
previously in the day.
He was wearing the same clothes he had on previously in the day.
Okay.
Some people come down here better than a lot. Some people only have one set of clothes. That's not my point. My point is I know exactly who it was because of what he was wearing.
That might be the only clothes he has. That's
Because of
not
what
my
he was
point.
wearing?
My point is I knew who it was because of what he was wearing.
Okay, so you knew who it was because of what he was wearing because he wore it the same day, right? Did we get that right? Okay. And was there anything else to let you know who that was? Was there anything else that let you know who that was?
He was big.
Big person.
He's a big person.
He had been hanging around the house, like here and there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fair person.
Okay.
Him and his wife have actually been like this, and they still, to this day, don't know her. But I actually offered him that he could, like, hang out at the place.
Okay.
She's a fair person.
Something to do with a piece of stuff.
Okay.
Him and his wife.
So
she
did he
actually
start
offered that
talking
they
to
could
you?
hang out there.
If
If you need a place to be safe.
You're more than welcome to stay another bit.
No, I know. Hey, did he say anything to you at this time?
I couldn't hear you.
Did he say anything to you? When he jumped on you and he jumped on you and put the knife to your throat, did he say anything?
He told me that if I didn't give him the baby that was a fucking bitch, and if you don't give me my own, I'm going to kill him.
Okay.
If you don't give me what I
And
want,
was he
I'm gonna
by
kill
himself
you.
or was there somebody else there?
There was somebody else.
There
Okay.
was somebody else with him.
Okay.
The same guy that had been there.
The same guy that had been there earlier that
Okay,
day.
the same guy who came with him earlier that day. Okay. And how did you know it was that guy?
I never saw him before.
Okay, I got you.
He was wearing a red t-shirt.
He was wearing a red t-shirt. Never saw him before.
I saw on the newspaper articles. I knew not that I knew who it was,
Mm-hmm.
but I knew exactly.
Okay.
Not only did I know who it was, I knew exactly
Okay.
who it was because of
And what did that guy do?
That guy, I couldn't understand specifically,
Mm-hmm.
but I remember calling out for Roger. And I told him I left. He said, Roger, help me, please, they're hurting me.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize I was getting cut.
She didn't realize she'd been cut.
But
She knew it hurt.
I thought it was just digging in my neck. And I put my hand up, like to stop it from digging in any further.
I get it. I understand.
Roger.
She was calling out to Roger saying, help.
Apparently said that the
This is
person
hearsay.
beat him up was Obviously, it was John Travis Johnson and JoJo.
Okay, where did you...
Apparently had this like Billy Club
Okay, how do you know that, Paula?
up to his neck and the state of his fingernails. So Roger wouldn't yell for help.
Okay, I get that. I definitely understand. How do you know that was John Travis Johnson?
Pardon me?
How do you know that was John Travis Johnson?
I did
Okay.
until I saw the pictures in the newspaper.
Oh, you saw his picture in the newspaper, but okay, but were they wearing masks? Were they both wearing masks?
I didn't see the second person wearing that.
I didn't see the second person wearing a mask.
But I did see what I was seeing was the behind part of him.
You didn't see the behind part of him.
I saw the width of him.
Saw the width of him.
I saw the height of him.
Saw the height of him.
Okay.
The length.
The length.
Style.
Style.
I heard his voice.
I heard his voice.
And at this point, I don't know what I heard. I either heard him say, "We killed him,"
Okay.
or "I think we killed him."
Okay,
At this point, I don't know what he said. Either we said we killed him, or I think
Was he
we
still
killed him.
upstairs?
He's the one who said, although I didn't know it was him at the time, I just knew that it wasn't Tyrone.
Okay, it's okay. Paula, when you heard this, was he still upstairs or was he someplace else?
Oh, well, that was confusing to me for a little bit.
Uh-huh.
Because originally, he was there, and then he wasn't there.
Okay, so you just...
I know it sounds strange.
Okay, was Detroit... was
And the whole time I kept saying,
Okay.
he must have walked up behind him somehow or something.
Okay.
But about a year ago, I found out that Roger watched him kind of like jump over the fence and go back up behind him, which actually made it a lot more clear.
Okay.
That's why I couldn't figure out
Okay.
how he was in front of that and then behind that
Uh-huh.
and then in front of that.
Okay, so you saw Matt come up, though. Did you see Matt come up the stairs?
Matt made it 3/4 of the way up the stairs.
Made it 3/4 of the way up the stairs.
Because I was yelling for help.
Because I was yelling for help.
I kept kicking.
I kept kicking.
I kept kicking on the floor.
Kept kicking on the floor.
Screaming for help.
Screaming for help.
Okay, so Matt made it...
Maddie's property, not mine.
Okay, I got you.
Matt's property,
I
not
understand. Okay, so you said you saw Matthew come up to the top of the stairs. Is that... Okay, I'm just trying to make sure we got this right. Okay, so...
Pardon me?
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure we're very clear for the jury. I want them to understand what happened to you, okay? Okay, so you saw Matt come up to the top of the stairs. What happened after that?
He came up and knew approached me. And they were going. And down the bottom of the Maddie took his mask off.
Okay.
And I remember him saying,
I remember him saying,
"What are you doing?"
"What are you doing?"
And then
Here.
it was trouble from that point on.
Then a struggle from
Okay.
that point
Because Maddie knew what Detroit looked like.
Okay, so it was Detroit he saw.
Yeah.
Okay. And...
It was Detroit.
Okay.
It was on top of me. It was Detroit.
Okay.
It was stuck in that.
It was Detroit that
And
stuck
my
him.
the blanket that I
in
was
knife.
on,
I remember.
smothered from one end to the other in blood.
I remember.
Smothered in blood.
God.
Okay.
They left it on the bed.
I know.
They gave reference. They left it on
Okay. You're talking about the blanket that the forensic people left upstairs, correct?
I can't hear you.
You're talking about the blanket that the forensics people left upstairs, right?
I'm talking about the blanket that slept on every night.
Okay. Okay. So that's the one that you said that they left it there, the forensics people, right?
They left that blanket right here on that bed.
Okay. Just clarifying. I want to make sure we keep it clear here.
We're $60 worth of crack. I'm not going to lie about it.
Oh, I know.
That's $60 worth of crack.
I know. I know. You're blatantly honest. I understand. Okay.
That's an objection.
It's almost $6,000 a month. And I needed to do something.
Oh, it's okay.
$6,000 a month. I needed to do something.
Okay. Okay, let's try. Hey, Paula.
But no one has ever been arrested for a drug on there.
I get it. I get it.
Seriously not.
No one's ever been arrested for a drug.
We've got to please respond to the question.
Okay, Paula, the judge wants you to listen to me right now, okay? Okay, listen to me right now. Okay, because we got to try and keep the answers clear for the jury so they know. Well, that way they know. Well, that way they know that what we're actually talking about. It's going to be hard for them to keep up the story then, because they don't know who Anthea Clay is. Okay, so you got to remember they don't know who anybody is. Okay, so who is Anthea Clay? Who are you talking about? Who's Anthea? Who's April? Okay, who's Anthea?
There's a white female.
White female.
Named Anthea Clay. There is
Goes by April.
a white female who goes down to Detroit, aka the Black Detroit.
Okay, that would be the
There's
black.
a white female that hangs out with Detroit, also known as the Black Detroit.
Okay.
Not the white Detroit, the Black Detroit. A white
That is
April and a black April. Jeez, I can't
Okay.
make this stuff up.
And you're referring to, okay, the black Detroit being Roy Wilson, the white Detroit is okay. That would be the guy. Okay. And then who is it? Okay. Right. Okay. Just so we don't. Hey, Paula, just so we don't confuse the jury. I know there's two Aprils in the story. I also know there's two Detroits in the story. There's two of them, but let's go ahead and let's try not to confuse the jury here. Okay. Okay. Who is April Anthea Clay? Why is she important as far as this whole case goes?
I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with me. The thing with me in the head, each person who lives on that property gets to file a property claim to them.
They're filing a property
Okay.
claim.
Judge, I'm not following. I think she was testifying hearsay from this other person.
Yeah, I'm going to have to sustain the objection.
All right, hold on, Paula. Hold on.
Going far afield here.
Okay, Paula. Hey, Paula. Paula, listen to me. Hey, Paula, listen to me. Hey, remember we said we were going to listen to me, right? Okay, listen to my voice. Okay. Okay. All right. Now we're getting a little confused here, so the judge went ahead and he wanted to make sure that we can get clear here. Okay. So we're going to pause up for a second. Okay. What did April have to do with the crime? She set the crime up.
I'm objecting to the hearsay testimony.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Members of the jury, please disregard this last bit of testimony. That's
Okay, hold on. Hey. Okay. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hey, Paula, pause for a second. Just pause for a second. Because, okay, look, We can't give hearsay testimony. We can't actually say what April said or any of that stuff. Okay? Okay. Let's fast forward. Let's go ahead and fast forward. Okay?
Yeah, we're going to.
Okay. The courtroom feed's been muted here. They're covering the screen. Someone is calling the phone she's holding. Paula is not speaking into the phone. She's speaking into the microphone that's sort of hanging over the desk. But she thinks she's communicating through the phone or thinks that's the microphone. So she's holding that up. We know that's not actually working because a phone call came in and the phone started ringing while it was in her hand. Objections have been flying. I imagine that here the prosecutor is objecting to other things as well, saying that this has been going on for too long and all these other things. And finally, I had to put a stop to it. There has been some clear testimony that I've been able to hear, specifically on. The key part that has already come in was that the two people in the house, the treehouse that night, were not. Neither one of them was Tyrone. One of them was Travis, and the other was Rory. And she says she knows it was Travis from looking at the picture. Well, you say, well, how would she know of the picture? She didn't see him before. Well, she saw him because he was the guy that came with Rory earlier in the day that she didn't know. That's what we're hearing. Wow, this is a little crazy. It's a little wild. I'm not sure how long the judge will let this go on, but let's see. We have pet pictures coming out my ears. I've got a cute cat picture to show.
A bit quicker, okay?
We'll get to that one in a minute.
Paula, you hear me? You hear my? Okay, you hear my voice, right? You hear my voice, right? You can't hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, it's me. Can you hear my voice? Okay, we're going to try and speed things up because, we need to get moving along. We got people. Okay, no, you're doing good. You're doing really good, okay? What I want you to do is, fast forward. Okay, so the two people come upstairs. You said that you thought one was John Travis Johnson. How do you know that? Paula, can you hear me? Paula, can you hear me? Okay. When you said that you thought one of those people was John Travis Johnson, how do you know that?
He needs to hold the microphone away from his mouth. He's holding it so close to talk loud, it's over-modulating and making his voice difficult to hear.
Are you okay? Hey, are you okay? You hear? Hey, see, look, can you see me? Look, right here. Hold on. Okay. Paula, can you hear me? Paul, I know, I see you too. Okay. Hey, we're going to try and speed things up, okay? Do you still want to do this? We can stop anytime you want.
No, we're not stopping.
Okay.
No, we're not
Let's
stopping.
go ahead and we'll try.
It's too long for this.
Okay, I understand. Okay, and we're all trying. We're all trying to make sure.
Your justice is my justice. It's Matthew's justice.
I understand.
So
I
your
understand.
justice and my justice and Matthew's
I
justice.
don't want you to hurt yourself. Okay. So listen to me. Listen.
I'm hurt already.
I know, but
I've been hurt the past 6 years.
I know. Believe me, I know. Okay. Okay. All right, let's get it over with then. Okay, we're going to try and get it done quick so that, it's over with and we'll never have to do it again. Okay? All right. So, you said you thought the other guy was John Travis Johnson. How did you know that?
Only because I started seeing his picture in the newspaper.
Only because I started seeing his picture in the newspaper.
Right.
I should scratch my head and thinking, I wonder if this is the other guy.
Okay.
I wonder if this is the other guy.
The night after it happened, Matthew, Matt the cop, I can't even remember his name. in trouble.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, who is this person?
Okay.
I can't remember his name, Matt, whatever.
Okay.
And he just began to sit walking around the garage thing to talk.
Okay.
I remember him asking me if I wanted my face to cut off.
Okay.
And I didn't get it at first. This man stood up and he had his big knife and then the little chick thing
Uh-huh.
with the knife.
Uh-huh.
And just, I lost it. I didn't even know the cops carried knives.
Okay, okay, got you.
It was like in front of me and I just went right back to where I was looking at for.
Uh-huh. Okay, Paula, here's another question for you. How do you know that wasn't me?
Pardon me?
How do you know it wasn't me that night?
Because it wasn't him.
Because it wasn't him.
At least I had this person's body.
Uh-huh.
The person was not your size.
Okay.
Not your size.
Not your height.
Okay.
Not your height.
Not your width.
Not your
Okay.
width.
I can't remember the exact words, but it was either I think we killed him or we killed him and he's dead.
Okay, so
the
you're
exact
talking about his
voice.
voice. You heard his voice.
Yes,
Okay. And when did you hear this?
at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay, so he was at the bottom of the stairs.
I'm afraid the midway of the stairs.
Okay, about midway up the
That's
stairs.
where Matthew was found.
Okay, gotcha.
Laying dead.
Okay. All right, you're doing real good, okay? I'm not trying to push you, too much here. Okay, so...
This needs to be done.
This needs
Okay.
to be done, she says.
Okay, so you say you know it wasn't me because of the size, because of the height, the weight,
Your voice.
my voice.
I know we have to. We talked a few times.
Okay. And
And they got your shoulder and just not
okay.
all over you
Okay.
on the stair.
Okay. And how did you know it was Detroit?
I know what.
How did you know it was Detroit that jumped on top of you?
Because I knew.
Okay.
April, I brought him there that time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want him there.
Okay. Did you know his voice?
He's so that's fine.
Did you know? Did you know? Hey, Paula.
But you don't go around hurting people.
Okay.
You don't go around.
No, you don't.
Just don't go around hurting
No, I get it.
I'm sure. Don't go
I'm
around
going to object, Judge, to this.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I'm going to ask the jurors to please,
Hey, Paula.
but please go in the jury room for a moment.
Paula, we're going to pause here for a second, okay?
Keep the meeting.
The judge wants to talk to us.
Don't turn it off.
I'm just going to.
Well, as long as we keep the
I
connection.
got you. Okay, just hold on a second. Okay, we're going to be right back. I just need to talk to the judge, okay? Okay, you're doing good. You're doing good. Relax.
Jury's filing out. I think the judge is going to bring this to a close. Oh my goodness! I realize she wants to testify, but this is pushing it on many fronts.
Jurors are gone. I'm going to try to step up in front of that screen, and I'm going to speak to the witness and explain in terms that in order for her to be able to have her voice and testimony heard, she's got to stay within certain parameters. And to accommodate this, I don't have a witness here. I'm not looking right at the screen. And I think, obviously, Mr. Tucker's tried, but I'm going to, as a judge, see if that will assist.
Judge, I would also seek to strike that last rant of self-serving testimony that Mr. Tucker would never kill somebody and he doesn't go around. That's all improper testimony.
Yeah, that's true.
So he heard that.
I will grant that motion.
What she said.
And, Your Honor, I appreciate it. I appreciate it anyhow.
Thank you.
I don't know.
She's not going to be able to hear you.
All right. Good afternoon, Miss Belmont. All right. All right. Good afternoon, Miss. Is it Belmont or Belmonte?
It's Belmont.
Okay. I'm Judge Jones. I'm the judge. Okay. So I just wanted to instruct you how to proceed. I understand you're very ill. This has got to be very difficult for you. I know that you're the victim in the case as well as a witness in the case, so I'm very sensitive to what you must be going through. But in order for me to allow the jury to consider your testimony, you have to try very hard to just answer the questions. As much as you would like to add things, and maybe it's hard to concentrate when you're in a hospital bed and all the other things you're going through, please do your best to just stick to clear, responsive answers to the questions without adding extras. You don't have to apologize, ma'am. As I said, I understand that this is extremely difficult, all circumstances, and I want your testimony to be part of this case, but if you keep rambling and adding things that aren't being called for, excuse me, I'm not going to be able to let your testimony stand. So please try to stay within my instructions, all right?
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was doing wrong, but I was looking.
She says, okay, sorry, I didn't know I was doing wrong.
Just give clear, concise, responsive answers, and that would really make this go more quickly and smoothly and let you as the alleged victim and a witness have your voice heard. All right? All right. Okay, I don't.
Mr. President, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, he's still here. He's still here, Paula. Okay. Okay. I'm back. Okay. Hey, Paula, can you do me a favor? Can you answer me if did they give you any medications today?
No, I don't really take anything.
Oh, you didn't take it?
I don't do well with it.
Okay, so you didn't take any?
I'm really exhausted.
Oh, you're really exhausted. Okay, I get it. I understand.
And I'm losing my voice, so it is hard to understand me. But I got this.
Okay, you got this.
All right, does she have a question for me? You can ask her if she has a question for me.
Okay, do you have any more questions you want to ask the judge?
No, sir.
Okay, and again, just to be clear, I want to make sure, because this is kind of an important thing. Did you take any medications today?
I take, I'm on 8 different reading medications.
Okay.
I'm taking antibiotics.
Okay, you're taking antibiotics.
ADHD on a regular basis.
This should be in front of the jury.
I did last night take a 5 milligram Percocet broken in half.
Okay.
Because I don't do well with pain medication.
I think that may be the cause of this.
Anyway, I don't want to cut her off, but this is extraordinary.
Okay. Hey, Paula, look, okay, I think the medications are affecting you, okay? So what we're going to have to do, I get it, and I know, listen to me. I'll come see you later, okay? But here's the thing, is I don't think we can do this right now because, okay, the medications I think are actually affecting your testimony, so we can't do that.
No, I'm just very tired. I sit up and feel like, and they just got me some coffee.
Okay. I think it would be better if we wait, though. Okay.
Okay. I'm not so sure.
I just don't know if the prosecutors. I don't know. I mean, it's like.
Can we please have her? Yeah.
Right, hold on. I got this. I got it. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, Paul. We're just going to mute you for a second. Okay.
This is extraordinary, and I'm trying to accommodate it the best I can, but she's saying that she's losing her voice. I'm concerned about and that might certainly a decent question, but at some point I'm concerned for her ability to participate in cross-examination.
Judge, and at this point, I'm going to move the court to strike her testimony completely.
Whoa.
Everything she's testified to, I mean, if she can't do a meaningful cross, then her testimony can't stand. Mm-hmm. And we're getting a message from the hospital that she's been discharged, so I don't know what that means. But
what?
Take her out. I don't think so, not like that.
Well, in any event,
the hospital says she's discharged.
Your Honor, I completely agree with Mr. Mansfield. Look, I know she wants to testify, but there's just no way. I mean, she's obviously having troubles, and I don't know whether it's medication. I don't know whether it's, the illness. I don't know what it is. I know she was lucid when I saw her this morning.
Yes, I understand. I'm certainly not attributable to your actions.
I appreciate you that everybody's doing this.
But it would seem to me that this
I'm suspicious
continue,
now. I would agree.
And it would seem to me then we'd be left with the deposition. I
think we're going to have to, Your Honor. I fought for this because I wanted to make sure she got her chance.
I understand.
And but I also have to be fair. I have to be fair to I have to be fair to the prosecutors, I have to be fair to the jury. And
well, you might want to be fair to yourself as well. And again, I'm not so sure the efficacy of what you're trying to get out is making it.
All I wanted to do was tell her story.
I understand that, but in any event.
Okay, here's the problem.
So what I'm left with is to explain to the jury that
they
made every effort to try to get her live testimony through Zoom. Unfortunately, as is pretty evident, it just wasn't in a form that we felt was legally cognizable. And
Judge Jones, the only other thing is if Mr. Tucker's almost done, I can attempt to cross. We could reschedule for Monday morning and see if she is more lucid. I don't know where we stand on that.
Well, I can also inform the court, Judge, we just got where she's being discharged today.
She's discharged
I think your original motion, as much as I'd like to move the case forward and not consider this effort wasted, which I won't say it was wasted, but I just don't think this is feasible any further. I think it's. She says she's very tired. So. Anyway, unless somebody has some, opposition, I'm going to go ahead and grant your motion with the defense agrees to, and it's. We're not going to do
Your Honor, I think at this point I don't have a choice. I just don't.
I understand.
It's like.
My thing is this: now that the jury has heard
mistrial.
First of all, this is the first time in 6 years she went from I can't ID anybody to I still can't ID anybody, but I can say it's not Tucker. Now today she tells this jury it's John Travis Johnson. So my point is now that they've heard that from her, I'd like to try one more time Monday to be able to cross-examine her directly about what she said today before we default to her recorded deposition.
And to be fair, Your Honor, I didn't. Look, any which way the prosecutors would like to try it, and Your Honor is good with, I will try.
So I don't understand, Mr. Mansfield. What are you suggesting? Because you came up with the idea of striking it, and
Correct, Judge. And now my concern is the jury has heard damning testimony today that's going to go unchecked and unaddressed.
Which is not okay.
And Your Honor, I guess, can always instruct them to not listen to it, but I'm concerned that it's still going to linger there.
And so what are we going to do? You're going to try to get her in person here? We're going to try to repeat this Zoom testimony? I think we're spinning our wheels. I really do.
I don't know whether we would be able to get her here. I don't even know the situation.
Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and just strike it. I'm going to make it clear. I'm going to ask if anybody can't follow the instruction about disregarding the testimony. I personally don't think it would be that difficult.
That would be a
because
mistrial if they
I
said
don't
it
think
can't.
most of it was comprehensible to begin with. So understand your concern, but balancing everything, I just think that is the best thing to do. Only thing I want to know now is what time. We're not going to do anything more with the jury this afternoon, so what time do we want to tell them to be here on Monday, and what are we going to do on Monday?
Okay, well, obviously, Your Honor, if we're going to need that video in lieu of Ms. Belmont's testimony, we're going to have to play the video. So we'll have to go through that. I'll go through that this weekend and get that. I'm going to have to send it to prosecutors and make sure that it's acceptable to them. Because we're going to have to cut out the other lawyers like Ana Gomez-Mulata and Seth LeVay. We would have to cut out both of those.
I don't know if you would or you wouldn't, but anyway, I'm sure there's redactions that have to be made. But there's certainly, we'd have the other parts of the day to call other witnesses.
Oh yes, don't get me wrong, Your Honor. I definitely have some other witnesses that I've been contacting over the course of the day. So far, at this point, I am going to have Seth LeVay. I'm hoping to have it on Monday, and I'm also hoping to have Tom Walker on Monday.
Judge, this is probably a good time to address that. I would ask the defendant to proffer what purpose he is in calling Seth LeVay. Seth LeVay was the lawyer representing Travis Johnson.
It's a good time once I excuse the jurors.
Okay, so once the jury comes back in, let me tell you this.
Okay,
This
so
is
I
why
can
I'm
tell the
suspicious
jurors
now.
to be here at...
Would you mind if I go ahead and say goodbye and cut her off?
I don't mind if you do that.
That's why I'm suspicious. He questioned her the whole time, got his whole story out. Then at the very end,
Paul, you still hear me?
He said, "What drugs are you on?" She says, "Nothing." He goes back again
I'll
and
tell you
says,
what, you did
"What
real
drugs
good,
were you on?"
okay?
Remember, this is very important.
You did real good.
And she
Okay,
gives
I'll
a
come
list of
talk to you
drugs.
later. Okay, I'll come see. Oh no, you did good. You did good. Okay, I'll come talk to you later. Okay. All right, I love you. Talk to you later. Okay. Oh, I know. Okay. I'll tell the judge you said that, and I'll tell the jury you said that. Okay. All right. All right. You get some rest, though. Get some rest. We'll talk to you later.
Don't tell the jury.
I know. All right. All right. I'm gonna come see you in a little while. Okay. All right. You just get some rest. Hey, you get you some rest. Okay. Oh, I know. All right. I'll come see you in a little while. You get some rest. All right. All right. I'll talk to you. Okay. No, it's okay. I'm going to go ahead and shut this off, though, okay? I'm going to go ahead and shut this off, and I'll see you in a little while.
Okay, he's going to shut it off. Okay.
Okay. All right. I'll talk to you later.
Now it's done. Okay, here's my problem.
9:15 on Monday with us here at 9. Is that the plan?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
I don't exactly remember how long the tape is, Your Honor, so it might take.
I don't know how long it's going to take until I can figure out how long that section is.
It was sus.
And I'll schedule the other witnesses after that tape. Make it easy.
Yeah, we want to try to make good use of our time. We're
I
basically
understand.
halfway through the 4 weeks, and I sure didn't hope we don't have to go beyond next week, it would seem to me.
I don't perceive that we're going to have to go much beyond.
Beyond next week? I can't see how we would.
Well, okay.
I mean, after today, maybe I can't see. I don't know.
I'm just saying that hopefully, we can make good use of our time and have it wrapped up by the end of next week.
Okay.
Let's bring the jury in, please.
Let's bring the jury. Judge's soul left his body again. Yes, they could. I don't think they will at this point, but he got everything he wanted out of her, and then immediately went to oh, you're on drugs, we can't proceed, we have to stop. And he was how adamant he was of bringing her testimony in. He was equally adamant, we have to stop, we can't do this, we can't go on. We've got to go back to the depot. He got in what he wanted heard. The jury saw what he wanted to see. You can't unring that bell. And now he's avoiding cross-examination. She is not being cross-examined. And he is all okay with that. He's okay with completely striking the testimony. Oh, it's not what I want to do, but that's the only option.
Thank you. Please be seated, members of the jury.
This is suspicious.
Again, please accept my sincere apologies. I'm sorry. I really don't like to make you wait. And I've explained from the beginning that I am always mindful of jurors' time and don't take it for granted. But I want to inform you that after careful consideration, I've stopped the Zoom testimony of Ms. Belmont. Unfortunately, it seems that her medical condition was such that I didn't believe that she was able to present what I would call legally cognizable, comprehensible testimony, and the state also had an opportunity to do cross-examination. I didn't believe that the witness was going to be able to hold up during that, so I made a decision that it was to be stopped. What does that mean? Among other things, it means that I have to instruct you to disregard the entirety of what you heard. Everything, just like it never happened.
There's going to be no cross.
And I know that may be difficult, but that's what I'm instructing you to do, to disregard and not consider in any way, shape, or form what was presented during this attempt or this portion of the Zoom testimony that you did hear. Does anybody have any questions about that or feel like, Judge, I want to follow your instructions, but I can't? If anybody feels that way, don't hesitate, because otherwise what I'm expecting is that you're going to be able to basically, for purposes of your deliberations and decision, just erase it from your mind. Anybody have any questions about that? Now's the time. If you have any concerns, it's okay. You know, really and truly. Anybody feels? Yes, sir.
Judge, just wondering, you don't expect that this will continue for now and the end of the trial at all? Then?
This particular, it may be that it could be presented in a different form. There's other ways, and again, that will be a decision by the lawyers. Mr. Tucker is acting as his own lawyer, so it could be presented in a different form. Again, that's not my decision, but the possibility does exist. But in terms of what you heard this afternoon, you've got to put it out of your mind and not consider it in your deliberations. Does anybody feel that they wouldn't be able to follow that instruction? All right, so not seeing any hands, then that gives me confidence that you will be able to abide by that instruction. So that's today. That's basically what we set up. It's basically what we hoped and expected would be presented, and I've explained what happened in my decision, so we'll call it a day.
Your Honor,
yes, sir.
Would you mind if I apologize as well? We did not mean that.
It's really not necessary. I think that the jurors are aware that that you're certainly, you heard what he said, so I think it's clear. So we'll start your weekend a little early. Again, I apologize. We're not trying to waste your time. 9:15 Monday, and we'll go from there. And remember the court's cautionary instructions, of course.
Okay, as the jury leaves, not sure what that comment was or who that was from. It sounded like it was from a juror. Something about something that's pretty cool. Tucker sort of rolled his eyes at the comment. Tucker fought very hard to get this video in over Zoom, saying her health was so bad.
Okay, so
the prosecution is now saying that the hospital says she's being discharged.
Housekeeping or other matters that we can...
There are. I would just ask the court to inquire. Mr. Tucker has indicated about potentially calling Seth LeVay and Tom Walker. Seth LeVay is the lawyer who represented Travis Johnson. Any communication Travis Johnson had with his lawyer is privileged. So I would ask the court to inquire what would be the purpose in calling Seth LeVay, because Seth LeVay was not there when the crime was committed. He was not there when an identification of this defendant was made or not made. And again, he represented Travis Johnson. As for Tom Walker,
let's take it one at a time, please. What about Seth LeVay?
Your Honor, I have no intention on asking Seth LeVay any questions about that would be subject to attorney-client privilege. The only thing I actually want him to do is I'm using Seth LeVay for identification purposes. That is it.
Identification.
Yes.
He has to
identify some documents. That's it.
And it's the motion to suppress.
He thinks that somehow going to get in front of this jury. It's not. It's hearsay. It's not admissible. It's a motion that I believe Seth filed on behalf of his client.
Well, all I can... It's awfully difficult. Again, I mean, Mr. LeVay knows as well as any of us about the attorney-client privilege. That's his client's, not his. So I would certainly assume we're not going to, violate that. And so sometimes attorneys, proponents of evidence, make proffers. Sometimes we even have the witness testify outside the presence of the jury, so that proffer's on the record so the judge can hear it and make a decision, and frankly, so the proponent of the evidence can establish their record if the court rules it's inadmissible. So, I
just want to put it on the radar. The other one, Judge, you mentioned is Tom Walker. Tom Walker was an internal affairs investigator for the Sheriff's Department at the time of this. Afterwards, after this crime, there was an internal review done, and there were some findings made. None of the findings pertain to the evidence in this case. There was no finding that the evidence was tampered or tainted. I believe the findings were confined to improper handling and such that they weren't logged in a timely manner. They were stored under somebody's desk and not put in the impound locker. Some bloody clothes. Bloody clothes are not evidence here. Mr. Tucker did not object to any of the evidence in this case.
Oh, I haven't.
The photographs, the videos, and so Tom Walker's opinion on, I guess, a better means to investigate the future, any findings of impropriety would be inadmissible in front of this jury. It would be irrelevant to the evidence that's been presented in this case.
Let's hear what Mr. Tucker has to say.
Your Honor, that may or may not be true. One of the reasons I would like Tom Walker, and I would like to go ahead and ask Tom Walker, because in his report, there's 208 pieces of evidence that were mishandled. He doesn't list them all, and there are things I would like to verify, and he can do that. He actually went through all the evidence. He knows which ones have been mishandled, which ones haven't.
Well, again, we're in the same posture where I can't just make a blanket ruling. I agree with the general proposition that the investigation itself is not on trial here, and even if it was a flawed investigation, as I said earlier, what's relevant in my view is if there was some violation of protocols or procedures that impacted the veracity or reliability of the evidence or something, but otherwise to say, oh, this investigation didn't meet up to sheriff's standards, something like that, that wouldn't be proper evidence.
I don't know if the defendant is aware that in order to make an allegation of impropriety in the evidence, there has to be a good faith basis for it. So I just, again, I'm inquiring of the court. Essentially, we might ask the court to listen to the proffer from Mr. Walker prior to the jury. I mean, the jury heard enough today, and we've asked them now to, erase from their minds all about Monty identifying Travis Johnson, which has never been done before. Now we're asking the jury to disregard that. I'm just trying to avoid another disregard bombshell.
I understand that, and I think we even mentioned at some point in time earlier on that some of this stuff may need to be alerted to the court. There may need to be the inquiry outside the presence of the jury. That's fine. I'm willing to do it. Again, it's just time consuming, but that's what it takes.
I would like, again, like I said, I just want to make sure the evidence that we have and the evidence that is going to be submitted later is evidence that hasn't been tampered with. And he knows. So,
well, I'm not sure what evidence is going to be submitted later, but I guess I'll find out. So I think we should expect to get going with the deposition to perpetuate. So please, whatever
Lynn Godwin, welcome to the gallery.
Redactions
Thank you so much.
And the like.
I'll have it done by the weekend.
Please do it so we can have it ready to go Monday morning, and then perhaps after that we can have one or both of these witnesses present so we can address them outside the presence of the jury.
That would be fantastic, Judge.
It sounds.
With Your Honor, I'd like to, hopefully try to finish it next week.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that's, reasonable, more than reasonable. If we
Five full days. So.
Well, the 25th is I've got in the morning inmate plea, but that's Thursday.
What time is that you're on?
That's 9 to noon on the 25th. But certainly, I would think there's plenty of time to do whatever we need to do.
I would think so, Your Honor, but again, I didn't expect. I actually allotted time just in case something happened today, and it did. So
I understand, but in terms of having the rest of the witnesses lined up, I mean, we're not going to have any situation like.
I don't think so.
Extraordinary.
Yeah, I don't think so.
With Miss Belmont, who's in this condition that we saw her. So I call that extraordinary.
Oh, that was.
I don't believe there's anyone else that would present those special challenges.
Yeah.
So please do whatever preparation you need to do. Be ready to go.
Okay, we're going to
9
turn this off for a minute because something's happening.
Tape. I mean, how is that going to be presented? That's going to be the big screen.
I would imagine so, but I would imagine it's also going to be a lot easier than what we did today.
Okay, so one other thing, gentlemen, it's my understanding from Carrie and the deputies that, and Mr. Tucker, that the proceedings with that deposition, the Zoom testimony up to the point that recorded sign was flashed, that it was recorded, and that it was on Mr. Tucker's spouse's account, and it was, is it downloaded, uploaded to the cloud?
I actually don't know, Your Honor, because I didn't know it was recording. So
I understand that, but I think the onus is on you to find out, and if so, have that deleted, because I would shudder to think that somehow or other a picture of the juror or anywhere a picture of the jurors would somehow or other be revealed. So could you, I'd appreciate it, Mr. Tucker, if you could diligently look into that and report back as if that has occurred and if it has been deleted, so we don't have that lingering problem, because that would be a major.
Got a police chase going on in L.A.
Yes, Your Honor. I will
right
make sure
now.
that
We're
any
popping in on
copies
this
of
well.
anything that were recorded today is going to go ahead and be deleted. And if they would like to verify, I mean, they can always have their investigator do it with me. I'm going to go over to the hospital in a little while. Just make sure.
Well, Okay, is it just the hospital though?
I think so.
I mean, is there? This was your account, so again,
I would imagine, because it was done on the other side, right? So if it was done on the other side, that computer has access to wherever it was recording.
So please investigate and state. I appreciate your kind of following up on that because
I don't. We will ask our IT lady who's sitting right here what we need to do to try to make sure that that doesn't get out.
we just don't. We want that. If there is some recordation, that it be deleted, and we don't see any kind of revelation of a picture of the jury.
Judge, now that the court has decided, I'm sorry, one more housekeeping issue. Now that the court has decided to proceed with the perpetuated deposition testimony.
Well, yeah, I guess that's a way to describe it.
The defendant, I don't want to create an appellate issue where on appeal, if there's a conviction that he says, well, I wanted her to appear in person, but that was denied. Mr. Tucker appears now to want to go to the perpetuated testimony instead. And if that's the case, I would just ask that the record reflect that. So down the road, there's no allegations that he wanted in-person testimony and, the state wanted it or whatever. It appears to me that he no longer wants Zoom.
Look, I believe that Your Honor, I believe the state, I believe the jury all made a good faith effort to make sure that Miss Belmont got her say in, so to speak. And no, at this point, I believe that yes, we do need to go to perpetuated testimony. There's no other way to do it at this point. So I would agree.
Thank you.
Judge, thank you for your patience today. That was extraordinary as an issue.
All right, well, take care. Please do your prep this weekend. We'll stay in recess.
All right. As they leave, we're going to go full screen on this one right here. Let's see if we have any audio. I'm not hearing any yet. That's the judge sighing. Police chase right now out of L.A., West Adams Boulevard and Orchard Avenue, University Park. It got a little crazy. Police were behind the car, even turning in the intersection, being like almost next to him at one point, and now seem to have drawn back a little bit or have fallen back, one of the two. The truck is driving a little more recklessly now. So, yeah. He wants to go straight, apparently. A guy in the crosswalk, that doesn't matter. Just speed right through. Looks like he ran a red light there as well. So there's a couple infractions just in that one intersection. A lot of stuff in the back of the truck. We imagine that if this gets crazy, not all of it will end up in the back of the truck, but I can't tell what it is right now. If it's just tools or, I don't know, is there a motorcycle back there? Got to go full screen. Let's see what happened. A lot to talk about the case today, just a ton. But who had a chase on their bingo card? I guess do we have chase music? We do have some chase music. Let's see. I'm not taking gloating calls from Ayden yet, so if this is him,
call from Amber Saker.
Oh, we can take one from Amber. Amber, how are you doing?
Hey, all right. How are you?
Doing great. What's on your mind today?
Well, I figured out what Tucker has done.
Okay, tell me your opinion of what's happened here.
Well, I was not mad at him until I figured it out. And what he has done is he has gotten all this commentary from the lady up until the judge cut him off, or until till he said that she was on drugs and everything. Mm-hmm. And so now he's going to the deposition, and so he's using all this extra commentary from her that's not in the deposition. You understand?
Yeah, he basically gets the best of both worlds. He gets her in. Yeah. He gets the sympathy of a witness who is doing very poorly, who wants to get this out. This is important. She looks like she's dying. I mean, I don't know how else to put that. She looks like she's on, in a terrible, terrible state. And this is so important to her. She just wants this justice. He gets the benefit of that. I realize the judge struck that, but you never really can unring a bell. And then at the same time, he also gets to skip the state cross-examining her and saying, "Did Tucker tell you what to say?" Because that's one of the questions they would ask.
In a criminal's mind, it's really ingenious what he did. I'm mad at him for doing it because it's so wrong on so many levels. But in a criminal's mind, if you think about it, it's really ingenious what he did.
Yeah, it's not following the rules very much. It's definitely abusing the system if that was intentional.
No. I do not agree with what he did at all. I think it's horrible. But, I mean, if you're trying to save your life, I mean, I think it's ingenious what he did. I don't agree with it. I think it's horrible.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's trying to save his life. So I guess if you want to flip the coin, I guess it's kind of ingenious what he did.
Well, Amber, I will say this. I still feel the state has not proven their point. They have not proven this case. I'm still on the side with the jury that I could not convict based on what the evidence I've heard is. I don't know. It does frustrate me, though. I'm very suspicious now. Very suspicious. I'm looking at this narrowly, should we say.
I know. I'm much more suspicious now than I was till he pulled this.
Yeah.
Now I'm much more like, what else does he have up his sleeve?
Yeah.
Why does he have to pull this? Yeah.
It looked like it was very self-serving. He wanted what he wanted out of that, and it seems almost that it wasn't as, even though the words were there and he was saying, are you sure you want to do this? It didn't seem like that was his purpose. He wasn't trying to do what she wanted. It was what he wanted out of this, regardless of the cost there. And that frustrated me. That's just the sensation I got, or the feeling I got. Amber, thank you so much for this. We're going to start watching this police chase and try to take our mind off the frustration from this day, as it seems to be wasted.
I appreciate you taking my call.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
We'll see you. Bye.
Yep. Bye.
To all those who got timed out today, it got a little crazy in chat, and I told the mods to take care of it as they see best. Please don't be offended if you got timed out. Some of them, oh my goodness, the dog, so close to the dog there. Some of you might have been timed out wrongfully, or we misunderstood what happened. I apologize if that's the case. Becca specifically, if I misunderstood. Oh, there's another one. I apologize if we misunderstood what the situation was. So sorry about that. I can't undo a timeout. It just goes away tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be back again. Let's see who's on the phone here.
From Emma.
Emma, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you, All I'm also known as Fun and Funky.
Fun and Funky. Welcome. Good to hear from you. You're calling from England. I can tell from your accent and your phone number. What's on your mind about this case, or about the police chase? Either one.
The previous one, obviously. I really, really feel for this poor lady, but I don't think he's doing himself any favours. I think he's kind of turning the jury against him. Just my opinion. Well, what's your thoughts?
I think the jury is frustrated with the fact that they wasted the entire day today. I have to think the jury must be looking at this and seeing what the prosecutor saw there at the end, saying, hang on, you fought for this. You fought, first of all, that you would allow this to be over Zoom. Then you fought for it to be taken early because she was doing so poorly. Then we got the Zoom thing. You got all your testimony in. Then you asked the question that should have been the first question. Are you on meds today? And immediately he's like, yep, hands up. We can't proceed. Judge, I don't know what to do. She's just not doing well. And then at the same time, we've got this question out there. According to the prosecutors, the hospital says she's been released. She's been discharged.
Yeah. It breaks my heart because she's clearly very, very unwell.
Right.
But I also agree with what you're saying. It's just not fair. It's not fair.
I get the feel that there's a very possibility of manipulation that's taken place here, to some degree. It just doesn't pass the sniff test, right? You give it a sniff, and you're like, it doesn't smell right. Something about this doesn't smell right.
No, it smells real bad.
Yeah, it sure does. Emma, thank you so much. Appreciate your call. Good to hear your voice. Fun and funky. Great to hear you. All right.
Thanks, Addicts. Bye.
But we'll see you later. Bye-bye. This car chase, I'm trying to get audio on this, but I'm not getting any. Let me see where I've got this on. It's on 3. No audio on 3. Let's take 3 cuts. Still there, nothing. Car chase has so many near misses. The dog was what worried me. There was a dog in the road. He just barely missed the dog. Oh my goodness. Speeds up to 70 now and just inches away from others' bumpers. Just in case, I think I was looking for some music for this one. Let's see if would you want to do this one again? These guys tend to just make their own path, and so we're going with the Freedom Trail song because KTLA has audio. I don't have audio on this feed for some reason. I've heard that there's a possible firearm in the vehicle, and that's obviously a concern for the police officers. So they're being cautious. The thing is, if a vehicle like this continues on a straight path for a long time, it's easier for the police to plan an obstacle. That was bad. It's easier for them to say, like, put spike strips in the road, or to somehow impede the flow of this gentleman's traversing. But with the random and rapid changes of direction, you never know where he's going to go next. Where do you set up? You don't have enough officers to put somebody at every corner, at every intersection in the entire city within a couple miles of this, because it can go just about anywhere. I'm looking in the back. That looks sort of like a bicycle, sort of like a motorcycle. I'm not sure which one. If this transitions, oh, dude was right there by his truck. Oh, forklift. Wing mirrors, that was contact. We had contact there for sure. Garbage going everywhere. Another guy running across the road with a flag, hopping up and down. He heard that one coming. He knows he escaped barely with his life. If he hits that bus, he would lose for sure. Man, this is bad. I think it's a motorcycle in the back. If he transitions to a motorcycle, that would be a boss move as far as car chases go. But still not good. Cuts it really close. What city? We're in LA here. We're in LA. He's driving down the center lane of a two-lane road that's wide enough for one car. Ooh, we've got tire problems. Something locked up. It's a foot chase now. He's bailed. 2 officers at least behind him. Let's see if he comes out on top here. Watch the fence line, see if he runs down. He goes down in the shop here alongside the truck. He's running into the store. Let's see, Cargo Express. Officers are around. Employees are running in there as well. He's running with the employees. Let's see, it looks like a long, narrow building, a separate store on either side, so probably no escape out either side. He has to go either at the front or the back, and officers have gone in behind him. I think they probably have taken him to custody. We've got one employee standing outside right now. This probably, I'm thinking taser. AmeriCargo Express was the final destination. Do we have anybody up front? I'm not seeing anyone up here. Oh, we do have a couple officers, looks like, on the street watching to see if it doesn't get out the front. It's a long little store there. Might be hiding. I don't see a dog in there. Neighbors are coming over saying, "What's the noise?" Coming down the alleyway. No action at the front side. Doesn't look like the sort of business that keeps the front door open for regular customers right there. That looks like it's not frequently used. It looks like Broken Baker and their viewers joined earlier. Oh, whoa! Foot chase! What's going on? The ones from around front are going around back with a great sense of urgency. No one seems to think that the front is where it's at. The party's in the back, guys. The party's in the back. Lots of officers on feet. They're stacking up already. They're stacking up a little bit. By stacking, that means they're prepping for an entry where they support each other and move in a tactical formation into the building. that could possibly indicate that a firearm were involved or the situation is more dangerous. But they're all running in. This may be a shots fired situation. Dallas K says shots fired, possibly. Yeah, that response is the type that Fox 11 says shots fired. Shots fired. Pew-pews are in hand, not necessarily. And now people are standing around. I believe this has come to a final conclusion. There may not be a trial on this one, guys. This is live out of LA right now. And now the shields show up. Now the shield shows up. A stack enters right here. They're walking at the pace. There's no longer a threat. It's very clear there's no longer a threat. That is a lot of officers. Wow. If this did end with a discharge of a firearm, if an officer is involved, you're going to see a massive medical response. Now, this isn't right or wrong. I'm just saying, but if an officer is involved, you're going to see a massive medical response for the officer. If it's just a suspect, let's see, the shotgun there is being unloaded. Firearms are being unloaded. The threat is clearly over and gone. If the suspect was down, there will be a medical response, but it may be a little slower. What a day! What a day! Oh my goodness! All officers in my county show up for just a fender bender, says Jen in Georgia. Guy out there on the one wheel, checking out the perp's vehicle. Ivan's calling to gloat just a little bit.
Mr. Ivan.
Ivan.
Hello, sir.
Ivan, you were right. That's all. Anything else you want to talk about? What else is on your mind other than that?
It wasn't just like he did it with not the way I thought he would, like necessarily. I knew, like I said from beginning, something was fishy. Okay, like, and so I convinced you that something isn't right now, right? Like that's been established. Yes.
I'm not convinced. I'm highly suspicious. I'm still on the side that says that the state has not proven their case on this. So if I was on the jury, I would still vote to acquit.
Oh, absolutely.
But man, something smells wrong.
He said, "I'm going to come see you later. I love you." He knew darn well, as much as I know the sky is glue or that I'll never work at a bank, that she was on medication. So for them to throw, like, oh man, like it's, he's regularly seeing this woman.
I agree. I think he knew that she was on medication because we saw he asked the question, "Are you on any medication? You taking any medication today?" She said no. And instead of going on, he's like, "Now this is very important. Remember, have you taken any medication today?" And then we've got a list of the whole pharmacy.
Well, any person in that position, rightfully so, should be on every med you give, like they request. I tell my missus, if I ever end up in the dementia home, you better be sneaking me stuff on the side on top of what they're giving me, okay? Any person in that position deserves everything they have, okay? Like it's your last hours. For crying out loud, you deserve to. You should be shaking hands with Elvis when you take your morning meal, okay? Like you should get it all, okay? But I think
I'll say I'm suspicious now. I'm suspicious, especially with how fast he flipped from wanting her to testify via Zoom, and that was the only way it would work, to suddenly now you can't cross. Yeah. Cross is done. We got the evidence we wanted, and now, guess what? We can't continue. You can't ask questions. Oh, bummer.
Have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen such a thing where you get somebody's full direct? You get them. You have all these measures taken to get her in this place where she's seemingly, shaking hands with St. Peter at the pearly gates, and then all of a sudden you get recollections, you get memories, you get this, you get testimony, and then all of a sudden one question derails it all. Have you ever seen a full cross-examination or a full direct examination and then just nothing? Have you ever seen that before? I don't know if I can recall. It's like, for all I have criticized him for not having his own lawyer, I'm a pretty good chess player, okay? You got a lot of time on 23-hour lockdown to play chess, okay? But this guy is 2 steps ahead of the DA.
Yeah.
And this DA, like, I don't know how you show your face at the, local rod and gun club after this, because it has been a dismantling, and the judge has done all he can to sort of, it seems to like assist. I mean, I know he allowed to go this on way too long. The judge, this is why you have a judge. He should have sniffed this out, okay? He should have put a stop to this when they had their first, we can't go on, and then they brought him back. He should have sniffed that out.
Well,
I believe that's his responsibility.
The judge has to take everything that's told him in court at face value. He's got to believe what the witnesses say is true. He's got to believe that the officers of the court, who are the attorneys, are telling the truth.
He can spot a shenanigan. He can say something isn't right here. He can put it's his room. He can say this is not going to go on. He can say I'm not going to allow this. This doesn't seem right. Like we need to at least call in the chambers. At least like something. He could have done something. In my opinion, maybe not. I don't know the legal standing of that, but if Ayden, an ex-con, 5-time felon, both federally and state, can sniff this out from northern Wisconsin.
Hey, you're just bragging. You're just bragging with your rap sheet to bolster your argument.
But my point is the judge should be able to sniff it out in front of his face. That's what I'm thinking. Or at least the DA. Where were the objections? Where was the DA on all this? Like, I don't know.
This still bothers me. There's still a million questions after talking to his wife. I still have a million questions about the investigation and what was allowed in and what wasn't, and were there dirty cops involved? Was the investigation flawed? Is this a railroad job? I've got a million questions on that front, but now I have questions on the other side as well. That's all. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, exactly. Like there should have been an adult in the room, and when you leave the adult in the room to be the defendant, defending himself, to call the shots and run the show, and then pose that last 11th hour question. Oh, have you taken anything today? Well, actually, the pharmacy ran out of meds because I'm on so many. Like nobody else, like the DA didn't. Like, the DA doesn't know she's on meds. The DA didn't think to, they have their own investigators. Like that should have been all open source. I don't know. It's just. Anyway,
let's see. I'm going to see if I can. I'm going to see if I can find the feed and go back to where he asked those questions today.
For sure.
Let's see if we can find that last little bit. Where's it at? Okay, where he flipped. Ivan, I think I just lost you. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. I got you.
Okay. Someone else is trying to call in. That's why. Never mind.
Oh, okay. No, I got you. I don't like being right when it comes to somebody who's in the shape she's in. I don't know if she's in as bad as the fact that he said I'm going to come see you later, like that. Like,
yeah, they have the exclusionary rule. They're not allowed to, but he's allowed one-on-one. He's allowed to talk to witnesses. That's okay. They can be friends. They've been friends for a long time. It does it look funny? Yeah, it does. But is it allowed? Also, yeah.
I love you. Like, have you ever heard a defendant or a defense lawyer tell the witness that he loves her? I mean, there's just been so much about this testimony that, like I said, from the beginning, it's just like I wasn't quite sure what the issues were, but it made me think something wasn't right. And I would have never survived my past life if I didn't have what I called the BS meter. Okay, like it's literally what kept me alive for 20 years. And when that goes up,
let me tell you, I'm seeing things from your angle right now to some degree. Let me go back and watch this. I want to replay those questions. I want to see the moment where Tucker went from we want to continue, we want to keep asking questions, we want to hear more, to suddenly we can't continue anymore. I want to look at that again now that I know how this sort of played out. We're going to watch that one more time, and we'll
Amen.
we'll let you go.
The fact
Does that work?
The fact that I've gotten RA to say I am now suspicious.
Ivan, I just lost your audio. No, just kidding. I turned you down. Okay.
Love you guys.
Thanks, Ivan. We'll see you. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Oh man, I don't often agree wholeheartedly with Ivan, but he's right. Kaiwai Mai, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for being a new member. Appreciate you. Take your seat on the front row by typing exclamation point seat. Let me go back to this really quickly. We're going to take a look at the time. Let's see. Let's go right here.
Okay. I think it would be better if we wait, though. Okay.
Okay. I'm not so sure.
I just don't know if the prosecutors. I don't know. I mean, it's like
we're a little bit before this. Let's back up a couple minutes.
Okay, you're taking antibiotics.
Selena, to accept, press 1.
Hey,
To
Selena?
send voicemail, press 2.
Selena, can you hold on for a minute?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So here's where he's asking for the drugs. Let's go back a little bit.
Okay, you got this.
All right, does she have a question for me? And
Yes, I
ask
can.
if She has a question for me.
Okay, do you have any more questions you want to ask the judge? Okay. And again, just to be clear, I want to make sure, because this is kind of an important thing. Did you take any medications today?
Okay, so this was the second time he asked the question. If we go back about a minute.
He's still here, Paula, okay? Okay? I'm back, okay? Hey, Paula, can you do me a favor? Can you answer me if did they give you any medications today? Oh, you didn't take it? Okay, so you didn't take any? Oh, you're really exhausted. Okay, I get it. I understand.
That was a clear answer.
It is hard to understand, but I have this.
Okay, you got this.
But I haven't.
All right, does she have a question for me? You can ask her if she has a question
Okay,
for me.
so after that,
do you want to ask the judge?
She doesn't have any questions. After that, he goes back to the same question. He says, "Now, Paula, this is really important.
Did you take any medications today?"
Back up one more.
Okay. And again, just to be clear, I want to make sure, because this is kind of an important thing. Did you take any medications today?
I take
Now she goes into 8 different breathing medications.
Okay.
I'm taking
Well,
Okay, you're taking antibiotics.
antibiotics,
ADHD on a regular basis.
something on a regular basis.
I take a 5 milligram Percocet broken in half.
5 milligrams Percocet broken in half.
Pain medication.
I think that may be the cause of this.
Anyway, I don't want to cut her off, but
Okay, so that's it flipped so quickly. It flipped so quickly there. And he's like, "Oh, that's the cause. We can't continue. 5 milligrams of Percs is not a lot." No, I don't think she's taking stuff to be out of it. She was quite with it throughout that. She's very tired. She's exhausted. She's sick. But it made me suspicious. Guess what? We have Selena on the phone. I've been holding you on the phone for a while. Selena, how are you doing?
Hi. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I have thought he was guilty all along, as you've all seen in chat.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of almost flipped with the DNA. No, the lack of DNA evidence. You know, I was like, maybe I need to take a step back. So I've kind of tried to listen with an open mind. But what he did today was beyond anything I've ever seen. And I believe he is a con man. I believe it was totally planned. And my heart breaks for him taking advantage of that poor lady. I was actually crying during her testimony.
Yeah, I don't know that any of that is true. I don't know, but I will tell you my suspicions are I'm like my little bat signal is going wee 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 alert alert.
I know
something's not right.
Well, this is just Selena 101 as well. This is it is not. This is just my opinion, but yeah, boy, the sirens. And like I said previously, I backed up and thought, well, maybe I'll give the guy the benefit of the doubt because what evidence do they have? But
they've got nothing.
Oh,
the evidence they have,
I know.
I'd say, is negligible.
Pretty poor evidence, but I just think this was totally planned. Now I really am totally skeptical about him. But anyway, thanks for taking my call.
Selena, thanks for being patient.
It's okay. I'm usually on the wrong side, the opposite side in chat, and I'm good with that. And I love that your chat is respectful to that because this isn't the only one I've been on the opposite side. But I love your mods; they do a great job, and this is a great place to watch trials.
Wonderful.
I just wanted to say that once again. So thank you for taking my call.
Selena,
and
thank you so
he's
much.
guilty, but bye.
Okay, thanks, Selena. All right, Selena shares her opinion on that. Let me just say, I have to say, my wife just came in and said, guess what? Vonage gave us our number back. They did it, and they did it in. I gave them till Monday, and they did it on Friday. So that's still faster than what I thought. So our home number has returned. So thank you. We have a phone again. All right. We've got a lot of opinions on this.
Call from
I still have to
Jessica.
think it over. Hang on 1 second. Jessica, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I don't know. I feel a little bit like let's see who said this best. I feel like I had the wool pull over my eyes a little bit because now I'm like, wait a minute, trying to rethink everything I've got to this point or what made me think of this to this point. But at the same time, I'm still firmly with the side that the state has not proven this. And so I'm like, okay, he might be he might have conned me. He might have manipulated a witness. In my mind, that could have happened. But I'm still voting not to convict. And so I'm in a weird spot. But how about you? Where are you at with this?
Sure. Well, okay. So I have an alternate theory just to throw out there. Just an observation. So what he asked her was, did you take any drugs today? Right?
Yes.
And then he said medication, right? So he said drugs first. So because she's a drug user, in her mind, in her confused state, she may have thought,
drugs are heroin, drugs is meth,
crack,
drugs is crack, drugs is marijuana. I didn't do any of those.
But when he said medication, then that changed this. And so I'm just saying, I'm not convinced that that he wasn't manipulating her or that he didn't orchestrate this. I'm just saying that maybe her response was more about a confusion on her part because of the wording he used.
That's very possible.
That's the only thing I wanted to say.
That is a great point. Thank you for making that.
Yeah. I mean, that was the first thing that I thought. And I heard about the comments. I'm like, I don't know, because anytime in law enforcement, anytime I've spoken with somebody, we were always told to be very clear if we're asking about prescription medication that we said that, because in the mind of somebody who may, use recreationally, they may not equate it with the same thing. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all I just wanted to say.
Excellent thought. Thanks for calling and straightening us out once again.
Of course.
I appreciate it.
We'll see you. No, that's okay. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Great ideas. You guys are smart. That's why I like hanging out with you guys. Let's see if you have any additional comments or something, or different comments to help us understand what just happened today. Let's see. Auntie Candy says, "What's the purpose of motivation to record Zoom?" I think it was accidental on this one.
Dana.
Hello, Dana. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm good. I just wanted to have you do one thing. If you back the feed up just a little bit more, right before where the judge came down.
Okay.
I totally get what you're saying. I'm on it, but if you'll listen and if you back up the feed just a little bit right before that, towards the end of when she testified, you'll hear the DA talking to Tucker and asking him, I believe, like about medications. Then he stands up, and the judge comes down, and I think that's what caused him to say, "Oh, have you taken, like, what medications have you taken?" So I just wanted to say, like, I backed it up right when it happened, but I don't think you went far enough. If you go back literally on your stream, I think it's like, it said like 59 minutes, but I don't know how that works with you. But back it up just a little bit more, and I'll think you'll see what caused him to ask her.
Is it before the judge came down the first time?
No, it was like right before he asked her, but remember, like, the judge said, do you have a question for me? But like literally 30 seconds, 40 seconds before that, you can't see Tucker in screen. You can see the DA talking to Tucker and saying something to Tucker. And I think that's what they were discussing about medications. And I think, I could be wrong, but I just wanted to see. I think that's what caused him to then turn around and go, that maybe. So I don't know if, like, I don't know what that is, but I would just be interested in you going back just to see if that's what it was.
I'm rewatching just a little bit. It's going to be fast. I'm going to just listen carefully. It's double speed.
I promise you, I do think that not that my incident goes up too, but I just wanted to just have you go back just a little bit more, because I do believe there's conversation between the DA and Tucker, and then I think the judge comes down, but I think that's what caused Tucker to ask at that time.
Okay, thank you, Dana. I'm going to look at that. I appreciate that. We're watching it now. Thank you. Bye. We're at double speed looking for this, because I'm not sure exactly where it happens, but.
All right. Good afternoon, Mrs. Belmont. All right.
I think it's the second time it comes
Belmont
down.
or Belmonte?
It's Belmont.
Okay. I'm Judge Jones. I'm the judge. Okay. So I just wanted to instruct you
It's going to be
how
after this.
like to add things, and maybe it's hard to concentrate. Your testimony to be part of this case, but if you keep rambling and adding things that just have your voice heard, all right?
Okay, so he's done.
All right. Okay, I don't.
That part right there.
Yeah, I'm here. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, he's still here. He's still.
Okay, so let's back up right here, and I'm going to slow it down. Right there.
Excuse me. I'm not going to be able to let your testimony stand, so please try to stay within my instructions, all right?
The judge chokes.
Just try to just give clear, concise, responsive answers, and that would really make this go more quickly and smoothly, and let you, as a alleged victim and a witness, have your voice heard. All right?
So listen carefully. This is what.
All right.
So no, prosecution says what?
Okay, I don't.
Mr. President, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. He's still here. He's still here, Paula. Okay. Okay. I'm back. Okay. Hey, Paula, can you do me a favor? Can you answer me if did they give you any medications today?
They said medications the first time.
No, I don't really take anything.
Oh, you didn't take it?
I don't do well with them.
Okay, so you didn't take any?
I'm really exhausted.
Oh, you're really exhausted. Okay, I get it. I understand.
And I'm losing my voice, so it is hard to understand me. But I got this.
Okay, you got this.
All right, does she have a question for me? You can ask her if she has a question for me.
Okay, do you have any more questions you want to ask the judge?
No, sir.
Okay.
It's weird that the judge
And
is
again,
using
just to be clear, I want to make
defendant
sure,
as
because
go
this is kind of an important thing. Did you take any medications today?
I take, I'm on 8 different reading medications.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm taking.
So on that, he said medications both times on that one. So interesting. Man, I don't know. I don't know what to think. All right. Medications both times. It was not his strategy. I don't know. I didn't see the part where they asked. I couldn't hear the question. I missed that part. But
Call from
JF.
Is it JF?
JF, sorry.
Is it CJF? Oh, you're cutting
JF
off.
rated by
It's clipping your audio. I can hear just a couple of your words.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. Who am I speaking to?
Okay, sorry, EJF, created by EJF.
EJF. Oh, how are you doing? Sorry, that's my ears.
Yeah, good, how are you?
Great. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Could be my phone. I have to turn off my Wi-Fi. So two things. I see chat's already saying it too. She said take and not took. And because he asked the second time, like I would, if somebody asked me, oh, did you take medication? I would say, if I didn't, I would say no. But if they asked again, I might say, and start like going down the list of what I do take. It's just something that you do all the time in hospitals and in healthcare settings. You just know that list. Like that list is probably just something she just rolls off. So I heard take.
So take versus took. So she might have been not on anything today, but regularly she takes this. Okay.
Right. She said, I take, and she's going off the list of medications, and she said Percocet, 5 milligrams, half a tablet.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't take that to mean that she took it today. And they were chatting before that. The other thing, real quick, I think we're holding Mr. Tucker to a higher standard. I think that, was there some dirty play today? Maybe. But I think another defense attorney may have done the same thing and probably would have taken advantage of, some other dirty play more than we've seen.
And I imagine if they did it, they would have done it in a smoother way, right? Just as dirty,
So I think
but more polished. It's a polished turd, but it's still a turd, right?
I think we're expecting him to just kind of be a little bit more, what's the word? I don't know.
Well, he's not a lawyer.
Like a perfect.
He's not a lawyer.
Right, exactly.
So let me ask you this: are you, as far as guilt and innocence, if you were on the jury, would you vote to convict? Have you seen enough here to see a conviction?
Definitely not guilty.
Okay. Interesting.
I had never heard about this case beforehand, but there's definitely not been anything. And then last night, I did go and read that article that the person who called in last night mentioned. Yeah. And that was interesting.
Yeah, that was the blue.
But even before that,
the Tampa article, the newspaper. That's it's got a lot of information. I see there are question marks everywhere, all over this case, and I think unfortunately for me now they're on both sides, but that does not mean guilt in my head. So. And
the Paula today, I don't think she's in any condition to be coached. To remember, okay, now when I ask you this, she's having a hard enough time following questions as it is. I don't think she was in any position to be like, oh, he said no,
Yeah, if she was not mentally stable or mentally all there, that would be super risky to try to coach someone remotely over Zoom live in court or try to get them to recount something. That's a pretty ballsy move. To try to do that, and think you could do that. So, but still, it's still something doesn't seem right. Something's a little off.
Yeah, and I think the judge should have shut it down the first time it didn't work.
Yeah, I think the judge has a lot of respect for the witness. The witness was called, and the witness wants to speak. And judges generally are quite. I mean, they'll bend over backwards for a witness to make sure the witness is comfortable.
He was so much more patient. Yeah.
But
he was so much more patient with her than I was expecting.
Yeah. Great stuff. Oh my goodness. EJF, right? EJF. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I've got a lot to think about tonight.
All right.
So I appreciate it. You have a great night.
Okay. Bye.
All right, bye. Got a few more people who are trying to call. We're going to keep the phone open for just a little bit. It's the drama, Ari. You're falling for it, says Laura. You're falling for it. Let's see who this is.
Call from Karen Ricky.
Kim Ricky?
Yes, Karen.
Karen
Ricky.
Ricky. How are you doing,
Hi.
Karen? Welcome.
I am, oh my gosh. I took my lunch break. I had to shovel because we got a bunch of snow, and I came back, and holy moly.
Yeah, it was.
Holy moly, what was that?
It was bizarre. Part of it just felt wrong watching it. Part of it was like, what is happening here?
It did. The nurse in me was feeling icky.
Yeah, and
a little bit. I was like, this poor woman.
Let me ask you this. The states come out and they said, we're hearing, because they've got a guy there at the hospital, we're hearing the hospital's discharged her. What
I was
do you read into
confused
that?
because of the 6 panel doors in the back. And then I was like, oh, maybe I heard wrong. Maybe it's hospice. and not hospital, because I don't, as a
the
nurse.
judge says they're at the hospital. They're at the local hospital.
Yeah, and there was supposed to be somebody there from the DA's office, right?
Yeah, but he's outside the room because of what infectious thing she has going on. But now, apparently through that individual, they're hearing that she's been discharged, that she's been,
Which can take a while.
Yeah.
She could have been discharged in the morning and still there, I guess.
Wouldn't that mean that her medical condition is probably not life-threatening?
I would think, or sadly, like a hospice or a long-term situation. I mean, I don't know.
So discharged
I'll
to hospice
tell you
for
what, the
end of
most
life care.
frustrating thing is that I don't think that the state proved their case at all.
Mm-hmm.
I wish he had moved for a directed verdict eloquently.
Yeah.
I
don't
and then
think
all of this happened, and I was just screaming at my TV like, "You should have a lawyer."
I would echo that word for word. But I do, after listening to the argument and the judge give his explanation, I side with the judge on the directed verdict because of the way the law is written. It is if there is any evidence that points the finger of blame, it really has to be taken in the light most favorable to the prosecution.
Tie goes to the runner, for sure.
And so it takes the decision out of the judge's hands and puts it in the jury's hand, which is how the system's designed to work. You don't want one judge to say, you're guilty. We want this jury of our peers. We want some, people who know us and are familiar with the community and how life is to judge us. And he says, this belongs to the jury. He's not saying, he didn't say, well, I've weighed the evidence and I think you're guilty. But
I feel terrible for those jurors.
Yeah.
What a mess.
Yeah, and they
what an absolute mess,
And they're on Zoom somewhere.
But it did feel a little. I'm going to be honest with you. I was reading the chat and I was like, I don't know. Throughout this whole case, but today felt a little sus.
Yep.
I was like, was this all the setup to get a mistrial, like a yucky delay tactic or something? And I just feel bad for all the parties involved, especially that poor woman, that witness. I was like, no one needs a mistrial in this.
Yeah.
But
crazy.
We'll see how it goes on Monday.
So much. We'll be back on Monday, probably with some more witnesses and spicy ones as well. You're calling a defense lawyer for a co-conspirator?
This is the weirdest.
This is going to be bizarre. This is going to be...
It is.
I mean, he's not up there. Yeah, I'm a willing witness. It's okay. I'll spill all. I got my client to agree. I can break the attorney-client privilege. It's not going to be like that. And of course, the defense or the prosecution is already fighting to keep this excluded. They want to proffer. So tell us, where are you going with this?
I don't know why they're struggling so much with this case. You know what I mean? I'm kind of disappointed in the prosecution. You brought this case, and what are you doing right now? Where are the objections? What's happening?
Yeah, crazy.
It's bizarre. I'll try and keep the snow up here.
Please do. Thank you so much. It's going to get cold this weekend.
All right.
Have a good one.
Love
Thanks
the podcast last night, by the way. Love to Miss Sorry and the Little.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and pass that on. I appreciate that.
All right, bye.
We'll see you. Bye. See, I just barely lost the other call. What's coming in right now? Just 1 second. Amber, can you hear me? Amber, I cannot hear you. And it just disappeared. Okay, let's try it again. A different call.
Call from
Robin.
To accept, press.
Hey, Robin, this is RA. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hi.
Robin, I'm doing well. Thanks for being patient. Lots of calls coming in. I'm struggling with my
yes.
phone. I don't have a receptionist, as you see.
Yeah, I can see that.
I hang up on a lot of people.
No worries. I see that you're busy taking calls.
What's on your mind with today's events?
My take on it with everything. I've tried to be okay. He's pro se. Can't compare that to Daryl Brooks. That's for sure.
Right.
He's doing a much better job.
Mm-hmm. Probably better than I would do.
Yeah, but honestly. I do feel that with this last witness, God bless her, he felt like he was trying to put Travis in her mind. Travis was there, right? And that's what it seemed like to me, just listening. And I don't agree with that because that's
adding to a narrative that he accused the prosecution. The prosecution.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I got the feel that he was in control of how this was going to go, and they'd been over this, and he knew how it was going to happen. And this wasn't as much, to me, it didn't feel as much that Paula was finally getting to tell her story, from years of, of silence. It was that we've been over this, and now's the time to say what we've been over. Are you going to be good?
I totally
that
agree,
comment.
yes.
Paula, are you going to be good? What does that mean?
Yeah, please
as opposed
obey.
to what? What is bad? What is bad? Talking about stuff we said we weren't going to talk about? Yeah, there's a problem.
There was a thing like obey, listen, remember, a secret way of saying, remember what we talked about. I mean, he didn't come out and say that in court, of course, but he said many times he's visited her.
Yeah.
They have selfies together. And then all of a sudden when the court was on, she was on mute. She's sitting up. She didn't look like she was sleeping. Something didn't register.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Robin. This is, my spidey sense is tingling. It just doesn't feel right. I'm still strongly in the not guilty side as far, if I had to vote today as a member.
I am too. We don't like his swagger or whatever, and
Swager.
how he is
Swager.
abusing.
Yes, Roger calls it swager.
The way he is abusing the court, the jurors, being just so disrespectful, but there's no evidence.
Yeah.
So I agree. He's not guilty.
Yeah.
But he was there. I believe he's not guilty for that because he knows the Treehouse, he knows the warehouse, he knows the names.
And that's
he may not have done the act. There's no evidence.
Yeah, there's no evidence that I've seen that puts him to there, other than that one person saying it was him. But to me, that's not credible. So I can't base a conviction on that. Robin, thank you very much. Appreciate
yes, I'm
your
sure you
input
have
on
other
this.
calls. Thank you.
There's a million, but it's okay. Thanks for calling. I appreciate spending the time talking to you. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Call from
Jules.
Hey, Jules, can you hold on for just 1 second for me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Corey Hill sent a super chat saying, can we request a trial USA versus Carr or USA versus Singh out of Richmond, Virginia, Eastern Washington? Are these federal trials? Because those are almost never televised. When you say USA versus, or is it Virginia versus? Let me know. Anyway, Jules, how are you doing? It's good to talk to you. Second time today. To what do we owe the privilege?
Yeah, I'm off topic. I'm sorry.
I've got a button for that.
I'm sorry. I'm going.
Okay. I've got a sound effect you have to listen to.
You're talking about stuff that is not real.
Okay, and now go ahead. What do you have to say?
Okay, a new document has been posted. It's short and sweet.
Okay.
But I did want to let the chat and everyone and know that the Kowalski family accepted the remitter.
Okay, and we expected that. That was
Yes,
them basically.
we
They
did.
could either appeal that or they could accept it. They're basically saying we accept the reduction the judge has made on this, and it allows the judge now to go forward. So literally, I think at this point, the judge can issue a judgment.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right, Scott. I hope so.
So it could
I'm
happen
happy that they did it. Are you happy that they did it?
I think it's the right thing. I mean, it's the way to move forward. Fighting it this could have been a very lengthy battle. You basically have to relitigate all these different points that you're not agreeing on. I think they want closure. They want to be able to move on. They've been tied up in this for years. I think it's the right thing to do.
I do too, and I'm happy. So that was just posted. It's short. I mean, basically what I said. It's one sentence.
Yeah,
and
I've got it on
So-
screen right here. We can show you. It's the plaintiff Jack Kowalski, individually and as personal representative of the estate of Beata, hereby accepts the remitters made in the court's January 16th order on post-trial motions and signed by the attorneys. So that's it. It's an important step. It's tiny, but it allows them to go forward. And I think the next step from the judge is a judgment.
Hope next week.
Maybe, I don't know.
I hope
Maybe he's
so.
working late tonight.
Maybe.
Could happen. Judge
true.
Boyd
This
works
is
till
Judge
7 p.m.
Carroll.
at night. Judge Boyd works till 7 p.m. at night. We know Judge Carroll works
Yeah,
over the weekends. We've seen him do homework
Well,
late. So
yes, yes, we have. And so now back on topic. I think they need to leave this lady alone.
it breaks your heart for her. I mean, I realize people are saying, hey, she made some really poor life decisions that probably led to this health condition, and that's true. But you know what? If I had to be judged for every poor decision I made that led to where I am in life, I could use a little forgiveness as well, you know. And I don't know what caused her to make those decisions. I hope I hope my kids don't make the same decisions she's made, and I hope that my kids don't make the same decisions I made.
I do not judge that woman for the decisions God knows in my long years on this earth, I've made plenty of wrong decisions. I'm not going to judge her. But given the conditions she's in now, the deposition would have done just as well.
Yeah. And now we're going to get that. And honestly, I'm excited to see that deposition for this reason. Because if that deposition has all of that stuff that we needed in here, I'm going to be even more suspicious of why we brought her on live.
This morning when I talked to you, I wasn't suspicious.
Yeah.
I have since this afternoon. Yeah, I'm kind of, I'm seeing what you're saying.
Yep. Jules,
anyway,
thank you so much for
I'm
keeping us
gonna let you
updated.
go.
Appreciate it. Good talking to you. Have a great weekend. All right.
You too.
All
Everybody have a great weekend. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
See you. Bye-bye. We just missed a spam call in there. Maybe they'll call back. Let's see. And we missed another call as well. But the spam call came in on my regular number, and missed a lot of calls on the other. Okay, we're free for just a minute if you want to keep calling. Somebody said that I've been trying to call. Let's see, over and over. Let's see. Sorry, busy. I'm trying to see what the message is. Just one second. Let's see. Here's another call. This one's Amber. Amber, this time can we hear you?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, how are you doing, Amber?
I'm not feeling the greatest, so this is going to be really short and sweet.
Okay.
I just really want to point out the Zoom issue because there's a lot of speculation, conspiracy theory type comments about the Zoom and it being on the wife's account and it recording, downloading to a cloud. When you set up a Zoom account, first of all, this is the defense witness. So it's the defense's job to make sure that they can connect if they're going to be virtual. So he would have to use his own account. It would also have to be a paid account because free Zoom accounts only allow you to do
like a 40
hour-long
minutes. Yeah.
It's a hard cutoff. Right. So they had to provide a way for them to have an unlimited time capacity for her to testify, which required a paid account. And to be honest with you, I have no idea what this guy's financial status is, but if he's had to go through this for this long, I'm pretty sure he's not, rolling in credit cards. So I don't find it that odd that it's Lauren's account. And if you do not know that the setting exists, it's a default for Zoom to record your meetings and hold them for X amount of days based off of your personalized plan that you've paid for.
In this case, though, it was mid-testimony that the pop-up popped on the screen and said the meeting is now being recorded. And Mr. Tucker went to clear it off the screen. And the prosecutor said, hey, don't touch that. And he said, I was just going to make that go away. And he's like, no, we need to address that. So it popped up mid-screen. It probably, here's what I'm thinking. The laptop that's in the hospital probably belongs to his wife. That's why we have his wife's account or her name or something on that's what the judge said. That's the one that recorded it. Took the laptop because he has to arrange it. Took it to the hospital. It's very possible that the button, because it's just a button on the bottom of the screen, got clicked. and the recording started. That could be completely, innocent and accidental, and it's not like a huge process to record Zoom. You can very much do it accidentally. So I think that's what probably happened.
And all of the recordings, they're defaulted when you set up your own Zoom account. And I know this because I had to do this not long ago, and I had to sign up for like a new trial for one of the paid things because you only need it for one thing and then you'll never use it again, right? So take advantage of the free trial.
Yep.
But I had to connect, like I had to have it for that paid account. It has to have a cloud to upload to.
Yeah.
So any meeting that you say record or set to record, it's required to have a cloud to load to. So I don't see anything nefarious with the fact that it was Lauren's account, with the fact that the recording happened or that it downloaded somewhere.
I agree.
It's
a problem. It needs to be deleted. It can't show up somewhere. I mean, this can't end up on social media somewhere as like, hey, after the trial's over, this is interesting. You might want to see this. No, those jurors need to be protected.
Agree.
But thank you.
I agree 100%. But I don't feel like that he needs to be vilified for something I really don't think was nefarious.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, Amber. Get some more rest. You need it. Take a long weekend.
I'm going to lay down, y'all.
Okay. Appreciate it. Nice talking to you again. We'll see you.
All right.
Bye. Let's see. It's odd to me that defendant is allowed to connect with the victim. Usually there's a protective order, right? Usually, there can be a protective order, but in this case, the defendant, the victim, and the defendant were acquaintances before, and continued that relationship through this. So they did not meet after this incident and become friends. They knew each other before. They were aware of each other. That's why Paula was able to say, I knew that the other guy wasn't you because I know your voice and it wasn't your voice. So that relationship was already there. So it's not suspicious that they have a relationship. It does seem strange because we're not used to it in court for the defense attorney, in this case, pro se defendant, to say, hey, thanks, witness, love you, talk to you soon. That we're just not used to that. But they're in this setting, in this relationship, in what's happened in the past, it's not weird. It's just the facts altogether as we watch it are a little strange. Let's see. We've got Pamela the Camel says, yeah, that's odd. Thank you. 7 months, by the way. Pamela the Camel. Did you change your name? What were you before this? I'm curious. Thanks for your 7 months of support as well. Let's see what else we have. It was recorded here. It's different, Jamie C. And the reason why I'll tell you this, on Zoom, if I were to log into Zoom on my computer, say if I were to log into Mr. Tucker's Zoom feed, or Zoom meeting, I could on my computer, even though say the court was the witness was talking in the hospital, I could go to the participants list and I could pin one of the other participants' videos on my screen and make it full screen. And that would show the jury. And I could take screenshots, I could record it, I could look at the jury, I could analyze and say who's on there, I want to show these pictures, they could be posted. That's the concern. That's what they're afraid of, is that somebody could connect to Zoom and see the jury, or have that recording and see the jury. But our video, the little blurry thing in the top of the window in a little miniaturized box basically off the screen, I don't think there's a problem there. I'm glad they cropped it off as soon as we saw that. Won't surprise me if the DA comes in Monday morning with a motion for mistrial. Bravo Chick, he's said already that this is the sort of trial that you only get one shot at. Every point that Mr. Tucker has won to this point, he will basically carry with him into the next trial, and it will be harder if they have to do a mistrial for the state. It's already an uphill battle for them. They already have very little evidence, and everything he wins, he'll get to bring with, and anything they lost that doesn't come forward. It's going to be a difficult thing if this goes to a retrial.
Call from
Heather.
Heather, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you?
Great. What's on your mind?
Oh, so I was just calling about pro se, the Tucker there. It's Tucker, right?
Yes, Mr. Tucker.
Yeah, Tucker.
Franklin Tucker.
Oh, yeah.
He goes by Tyrone. Franklin Tyrone Tucker.
Yeah, Tyrone.
So yeah, I think he's been setting this up the whole trial. I mean, the 101, Tucker 101 and everything. I think he's been setting it up the whole trial. And I think, his wife and how she came out with he talked to her, recently she came out, she was like, I had a gag order and now it's lifted, and talked about all this stuff. I think like they've had this planned all along, and how he's like gotten in with so much, like every time he's like sneaking everything in, and the judge is like, all right, the jury's got to go out, and he's like, Mr. Tucker, you can't do this, and the jury comes back in, and he gets right back into it. You know what I mean? I think that this has been planned, that he's smarter than the judge and the prosecution thinks. You know what I mean?
He may think he's smarter, but I would say I see some things that have really hurt his case that an attorney, I think, would have caught and not allowed, would have objected to in a timely manner. So he may have a plan. This may be his strategy, and that's cool. There's nothing illegal about that. There's nothing wrong about that. This might be his trial strategy. Right. He works it out with his wife and his former attorneys, because he's worked with many attorneys up to this point. That's okay. Right. It seems an interesting tactic because it flirts with the line that I believe attorneys would not be able to do.
Yeah, that's what I kind of mean. Like, like he's flirting with that line. And so his naivety is giving him that, like, it's kind of like a disadvantage / advantage. You know what I mean? Like he's at a disadvantage, but what he's learning is kind of giving him that advantage. Like he's going home and like thinking about it.
His disadvantage to his advantage in this case, because because he's not a lawyer, and he's like, Your Honor, I don't know the right words, I don't know what to say, and so he gets this extra space to then get more in than a lawyer could say if he did know what to say.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's a great point, great observation.
Yep.
I've got to give it some more thought to see where I stand on that.
I should have been a lawyer. And you know what?
Not too late.
I wanted to comment to, I know. I have epilepsy with seizures, and since I was like 16, so I've had seizures all my life, and I can't retain stuff, like my brain, and it. You are funny. We talk about like the goldfish, and I told my daughter the other day, I'm like, before you even said it, it was so funny. I told my daughter the other day, I'm like, I have a goldfish bowl in my head with 3 goldfish swimming around going glub, glub, glub.
5-second memory is all I could be counted on for. Heather, it's amazing that I can even remember your name right now.
The throne is mine.
Heather, thank you so much.
Right. Yeah. You lost my name. Well, so I wanted to make one more comment. I've been thinking about it all the time. When Ivan Victor calls in, he always says what I think. Like his life, the 5 years that he was behind bars, like I've lived that life on the other side of the bars, because I had a husband, he's estranged, who lived most of his life behind bars. So like everything he says is what I'm thinking. Everything he says. So you go, Ivan.
Ivan's recording this. He's going to post it on his channel every time he gets praised.
Oh, that's awesome.
The throne is mine.
Go, Ivan.
Thank you so much for your call. I appreciate it. Good talking to you.
You're welcome, R.A.
All right.
You're great. Hi, R.A. Chat. Have a good night.
Bye.
Love you all.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Ivan is the smartest man in chat today. That is true. Great calls. All right. Don't say that too loud. He'll hear you. It's all right. It's all right. We might joke around a lot online. Ivan is a good friend of mine. There are sometimes I'm very frustrated with him. There are many times that I time him out on my channel. He knows this.
Heather Reed.
But now we have Heather on the phone. Last call was the throne is mine. Heather, how are you doing?
Hello. Good. How are you? One question that I've been trying to look this up. I have no clue. So the DNA analyst, remember back, the DA elicited testimony that, this DNA on the gloves that aren't in evidence. This DNA on this is not in evidence.
Yes.
On clothes that aren't in evidence. How can they do that? How is that correct?
Well, she's
Like,
testifying
there's no
to all the
chain of
things.
custody saying that this is got into evidence, and then
It seems weird because we're used to trials where they're admitting every scrap of fiber, of hair, of fluff
Right.
they found on the crime scene.
everything that doesn't, every gun that wasn't the murder weapon. in murder?
We've seen trials where it's like, oh my goodness, why are you, every document in the file cabinet that wasn't, related to the crime, we get those as well. So we're used to seeing that, and in this trial, they've really cherry picked the information, and this is a pretty big crime
They
scene.
did, because they didn't say anything about the DNA, and then Tucker had to do it.
Yeah.
And it's like, doesn't that just automatically look like, oh, okay.
Oh, it definitely makes them look a little bit slimy on the prosecution side. I think Tucker, on that argument, did a great job in bringing that to light, saying, "Hey, you're using
Right.
a negative against me. You're using something that can't be proven as, see, it could be him. They asked for giving the list of all the things you tested where you couldn't be conclusive who the suspect was or who the DNA belonged to. And
List all the evidence we don't have.
Yes, yes. And
hopefully he can keep it together and then bring it all together in closing.
It's going to be a tough one. There's
I don't
a
know.
lot. I mean, he's got so much, and I mean, personal frustration in this case. You can hear it in his voice. There's a lot of frustration there, and he has to be able to logically put this all together, based on what we have heard and what we haven't heard in court, and make a closing that the jury would be able to follow. I think he's capable of doing it, but he needs to not get distracted by all the other stuff that he still is frustrated about, but just doesn't fit in court. The fact that the sheriff's office didn't follow protocol with evidence, that's going to be out here. We're probably not going to get to hear that as evidence.
Yeah, it's not evidence in the trial. And his personal opinion about the judge is not for a directed verdict, whatever.
Yeah.
Just judgment of acquittal argument. Like, he should have spent all last night just bullet pointing examples and then doing that.
Yeah. I think he's capable of a very good closing argument.
Yeah.
It's he needs to
what's the state going to do now? They can't, after all the evidence, they can't possibly say he had a knife in his hand.
Yeah, there's nothing else. They're done. They have closed. They've passed the point where they can admit any more evidence to the jury. The jury, everything they have to consider, if there's going to be anything else, it's going to be something that Tucker admits. He's not going to have. He's going to be like, well, here's another video that shows me at the scene. He doesn't. First of all, it doesn't exist, but there would be no reason for him to do that. So the jury has to look at this right now and say, based on what we've seen, can we convict? I don't think they can. But Tucker, he could stop right now. He could have rested as soon as the state rested and turned it right over to the jury.
After the DNA person.
The mic drop moment. Oh my goodness.
Right. There's something else I was thinking of, but I have totally forgotten.
It's that goldfish brain.
Oh, what did the juror, one of the jurors ask a question when the judge was, what question did they ask? I didn't completely hear it, but the juror someone asked a question, but the judge did a good job in asking, are you sure you don't have questions? Are you sure you can do it? So I think he covered his...
If it was a juror that asked the question, it was on the far left-hand side, like the farthest part from the judge because of where he was turned. I almost thought it was one of the defense people, or the prosecutors, but that wouldn't make sense.
Or someone in the gallery or something.
They asked the question, so would we be able to hear this in another format or something? It's talking about the witnesses, Paula's testimony, basically saying, are we going to get the deposition? And the judge is like, I can't promise it because Tucker might not try to admit it, but it's possible we could get, even though we're done with the witness in Zoom form, we might not be done with the witness.
Right. Maybe the juror wants to consider her testimony and is there a way I can do this? I don't know.
I would take that as if I were reading the jury on Tucker's side, that was a good sign. Hopefully that guy's in there deliberating Because
if I was a juror, I want to hear from the victims.
Yeah.
She's the victim, one of the victims. Like, I want to hear from her. Yeah. So maybe you can hear better in the deposition or whatever. But if he was doing something slimy today, the DA and everyone else been doing something slimy all 6 years. It's like a taste of your own medicine, kind of thing. And I'm not going to read too much into it because the jury didn't see what we saw.
Yeah, there's
a lot of what we saw.
There's some crazy stuff out there. They've seen, the family, the victims, the people involved in this have seen a lot more than we've seen, and it's just a crazy case. It's not over yet, though. Monday is going to be more craziness, more spicy argument. Calling a co-conspirator's defense attorney to the stand, that's new. That's new and different. I don't know how you're going to get that in.
Right.
But the judge he wouldn't shut it down. He's like, well, let's see where this goes. I can't just blanket say no. But if Mr. Tucker is able to do this, he may get this document that's been filed in court out in another case that is, relevant because the one person who's accusing him of something has asked to have that statement thrown out because it was made under duress.
Yeah, and I guess the paperwork said like it was all lies or whatever.
Yeah, so there's that.
That would be hilarious.
The state might lose everything there. So anyway,
I kind of hope they do. Yeah,
I watch NASCAR for the wrecks, Heather. So I sometimes look at this and say, just like bring the popcorn. I just want to see the sparks fly. But I do hope, I really, truly, I hope that Mr. Tucker gets a fair trial in all of this. The jury fairly deliberates, that justice is done, not just for him, but for the victims, for the state, for the taxpayer. This needs to be fair, but at the same time, wow, I'm enjoying watching this and the crazy twists and turns.
I get you said way earlier. Why am I nervous about this? I was nervous too. I'm like, what the heck is going on?
Yeah, crazy.
Like I've never been so nervous about watching a trial. I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, just it felt like I was personally involved and at stake. And
right. Yeah.
Heather,
Okay.
Great call. Thank you so much. It's great talking to you. Have yourself a fabulous weekend. All right. You'll see
you too. Yeah.
Right. Bye. All right. Everyone forgot about the man who was murdered. No, Matt, obviously we need justice for him as well, and for his family. I did leave him off the list. Let's see. Ivan says, Recovery Addict, once a month you do a 3-way with me and Jules about the month's events. Usually you two are on opposite sides. Usually we can almost always count on that. I like having, I will say this. I love having people on the channel who can respectfully share an opposing opinion, opposing to mine, opposing to the majority of chat, opposing to what's being shared. I think that makes the conversation better. It has to be respectful. It has to be, shared in a way that we're not just pointing fingers and going na 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 and you're ugly type thing. That doesn't help anybody. But respectful disagreement and conversation is very useful. Vicky says, after watching so many trials, this one actually got my partner to log on and comment on his own account next to me. Vicky, that's awesome. You need to out him. Who's the partner here? What's the username?
Call from
Rebecca, how is our favorite dog doing?
Hey, how are you doing?
Where's Buttercup at? We're talking to you as the dog, but where's Buttercup? I need to speak to Buttercup.
I am on my way home to Buttercup, and then I'm going to put her in the car with me, and we're going to run up to the store, and then we're going to go back home, and we're going to feed the chickens, and she's going to run around the backyard like
Chasing
crazy. And well, you know what? She's very good with the chickens. Like, she'll go in their pen with me, and she'll just walk around and sniff them and do whatever.
Was it always the case? I seem to think that there was one that might have.
Yeah, she always would go when they were little baby chicks. She'd go and just lay down by their pen and stick her nose up to the wire, chicken wire, and they'd peck at her nose.
That's funny. Well, you didn't call to talk about Buttercup. What's on your mind today, Rebecca?
Well, you know what? Yesterday I told you that, like you said, it should have been a mic drop after all that DNA stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that's true. It should have been, because today, after that stunt, I feel like I'm so disappointed in him, for not being an attorney and not really knowing a lot about what's going on, so he claims. He was doing pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just disappointed. I felt like he's tried to pull a fast one.
Yeah.
I thought he was going down to the level of the prosecution. I realize he's fighting for his life here, but that poor woman, that's who I feel for, is that woman.
Yeah. That was tough to watch.
Paula.
That was tough to watch with Paula. I realize she wants
really
to testify,
was.
but that might not be in her best interest. And
exactly. I mean, people want a lot of things. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the right thing. So, and I think maybe he took advantage of her a little bit. And I also think, who says I love you and I'll see you later?
That's very different for a defense attorney to say to a witness. But they did have a relationship. I'm not sure how close they were, but they were acquainted with each other prior to this crime occurring. So,
well, apparently they were kind of close.
Well, they could have grown close through the hardship. I mean, that's something that if you've been through something,
true.
A lot of times you can relate to somebody, and you've shared a story, you're sharing an experience. You can grow close that way. So it seems funny. It seems funny to hear, but I don't put that as inappropriate in my mind. At least I don't chalk it up that way. But.
Well, and you're probably right, because you're right about a lot of stuff.
I'm usually wrong. I'm usually wrong, Rebecca.
No, I'm not going to agree to that.
I've been wrong so many times, it's not funny. Rebecca, thank you so much. It's good to hear from you. Give Buttercup a pat on the head for us.
I will. I have one more little comment, quick comment toward Ayden. I'm going to tell Ayden I love him, and I think, those little sand timers that you get and you flip over, and the sand drops from the top to the bottom.
We always called those an egg timer. I'm not sure why, but
yeah, that should be Ayden's timer.
I think if we added up all the minutes that Ayden has been timed out on this channel, it would equal weeks. It would equal weeks. Very very few days go by where he doesn't get timed out for a little bit. Oh, is that his timer for how long he can talk? He gets 60 seconds. He's gonna turn into Speed Ayden, and it'll be like the Micro Machine guy making an argument.
He's gonna hate me.
A timer for Ayden. I think that calls for a poll. Rebecca, thank you very much. Good talking to you. Drive safe. We'll catch you later.
Thank you, Scott. You too. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh man, that's awesome. Savis Gun, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. Ayden says, I hate no one. I hate no one. Ayden is a great friend. I was saying this before I got cut off with a phone call, but Ayden and I are good friends. We talk a lot offline as well. I do time him out more than any other person on the channel. Ayden has been timed out so much, and very, very close to being banned a couple times, I think, Ayden, if we're telling the truth. He's almost made it to that list, but appreciate him. He's also just his ability to speak his mind and then apologize is amazing. Let's see. Can people from the UK call the burner phone? They can. I apologize. It's not free, Welsh lady. I don't have a method for international calls to come in free. The best way I could say, if you want to send something to me without incurring a charge, would be to send it to my email, mdrecoveryaddict@gmail.com. But that's it. We're going to wrap things up here. We've gone way too long. It's already it's almost 5 o'clock. We love Ayden. We do. Sometimes my mods would not agree with this statement. He can cause Ayden. You can cause a firestorm in chat. A firestorm that the mods have to deal with. And this, let me say this. Let me thank the mods for a minute, because we have not done that appropriately enough. a lot of people, when they make a comment in chat and they think, oh, it wasn't that bad, or, why was I banned for this? Why was that? What you guys don't see is what happens on the back end in response to some of those comments, because it can ignite a firestorm of people that are responding, and those comments never make it to the screen because they go in the mod approval list, and so suddenly the list of messages of arguing, going back and forth, are just crazy, and the mods are deleting and approving and reading and seeing if this is okay and everything. It goes nuts. But in chat, if you were just watching on another device, you'd never know. You'd never know. You'd think, oh, that's funny. The mods are literally working overtime trying to scan and read and approve and talk to each other and say, hey, what's going on here? Is this person? Is this what I think it is? The work they do on the back end is unbelievable. I could not do this without them. Do they make mistakes? Yes. Do I make more mistakes? Yes. But I am so grateful for what they do. They're working for free. Doing something that I could not do on my own. I appreciate you guys giving them a little bit of space. If you get a ban, if you get if you feel like you're wrongfully banned, that's what we have the burner phone for. Reach out to me. I'll talk to the mods and say, if I don't understand what happened, we'll see. As long as we, if it's something we can come to an agreement on, most cases you get to come back in, unless it was a very egregious thing. We try to only get rid of the trolls. We aren't here to make an echo box, an echo chamber where everyone just agrees with us and says nice things and how happy we are. Here's Mod. Mods are overpaid, says Adam. I'm just going to time you out just for a minute. 10 seconds should be good there, Adam. There you go. Anyway, the mods are wonderful. I want to thank them so much. We have some incredible mods who love this community and love true crime just like we do. I'm so grateful for them. I just wanted to say that publicly while they're here. So with that being said, we are going to end for today. Oops, I think I'm supposed to go out to dinner tonight with a friend. A guy wants some advice on YouTube, and I said I'll try to help, see what I can do. So it's either, I think it's tonight. I don't know. I've got to check my email. All right, I still owe Dr. Joe. An email. Oh man, let's see. Okay, yeah, let's see. Yep, I've got some things to do. All right, you guys have a great weekend. It's going to be cold. It's going to be cold for me. It's been cold for most of you, but this weekend the cold hits here. It gets down to like 17 degrees on Sunday, which I'm still appealing with the weatherman. I'm not sure if that'll fall on deaf ears. It's going to be very cold. If it's cold where you are, please stay safe, stay warm. Let's see. Tonight when you go home, hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. It will be Monday. The Treehouse trial continues. Case is spicy. Emotions runs high. Yes, we can. Appreciate all of you. It wouldn't be the same without you. You guys be nice to each other. We're going to be back again this on Monday. You chimed out the owner of the internet, says Adam. I did. You deserved it, Adam. You deserved it. Love you, man. All right, that's it for me. We're gonna turn everything off and go home. 80s is, if you're here, you can get the lights on the way out. I think that's it. Did I miss anything? I think we're good. You guys be good to each other. We'll see you on Monday. Bye. I'm going to look for somewhere to transfer us to. Hang on. While we enjoy the music. Oh, I need to get the picture ready. Here we go. There we go. Go into Brandy. Here we go. All right, see ya. Oh, that was the wrong button. It was supposed to go here. Like that. And then like